Honorable Mahlangu. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, the delegation from the different departments and their entities. And good morning to the community of George. Can we all rise and sing a national anthem? As South Africans, it's our prayer for each and every gathering gather. Can we all rise? Male, can you take off your hats? Women are allowed not to take them off. I believe that Parliament is organized for national anthem to be played, if I'm not mistaken, and we must bear in mind, when we sing the national anthem, there's no movement, it's a prayer. It's not just a song. We must all invite the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, to be amongst us. There is no movement when we sing a national anthem, whether be with your hand, with what, we must stand still. And let's observe that. Thank you. Thank you. We may take our seat. Thank you. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Carol Phiri, the chairperson of Public Works and Infrastructure Committee in the National Assembly. With me here on top, I've got my honorable members that we serve on the same committee. I'll start at my far left, Honorable Sipho Mahlangu, you can wave. Honorable Bath, Honorable Madikizela, Honorable Letlape. Next on my right hand side, I'll start on my far right, Honorable Kobe, Honorable Mkize, Honorable Ngumalo, and Honorable Nkosi. These are our members of parliament who serve on this committee. Today we are here after the tragedy that happened last year, the collapse of the building. We are here to get facts, findings, to understand from the victims, the family of the bereavement, to understand what transpired. Yesterday, we had a gathering, we had a meeting with the municipality and the entities and the department. They gave us their report. So today is the day where we're gonna hear from yourselves. Unfortunately, bear with me, I can't speak Xhosa. I wish I could speak Xhosa. It was going to be more easier for me to interact with yourselves. But understand, I speak in African language, I speak Venda, Pedi and Shangaan, which is Tsonga. So I wish I could have been good in Xhosa, if I am not mistaken that the dominant language here is Xhosa. But bear with us, engage us, tell us what happened, then we'll just write it down. It will be recorded, there are recordings, then we'll take it to Parliament and allow us to proceed with our processes as Parliament. The program is gonna be short, but we are going to give you an opportunity to express yourselves. The next part, we are going to allow and request you to talk to us in a manner that you will raise your hand or you have a representative in a way that you wish. You'll explain to us what are your queries, what are your challenges, what happened on the day. We'll hear from you. We are not going to restrict you what you say. You are going to talk to us and tell us how you are feeling. The minute we identify you, you go and sit in the middle seat, then you'll be given an opportunity. If what you are raising or a question needs a response, we've got different departments that are with us today, and the entities, they will be in a position to respond. If there's no relevant department or an entity to respond to you, then we'll make it a point that you get a response in writing back to you. So let me acknowledge the leadership that is here in terms of administratively from the DPWI, which is Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. We've got Babu Mtombeni leading the delegation. Babu Mtombeni, you can rise and also introduce the team that we are with. I've seen that you also have your two entities that are under Public Works, which is your CIDB and CBE. Babu Mtombeni, can we get a roving mic? While the mic is going there, we also have our support staff from that are responsible for the portfolio, led by Nola Martinez, and Khadija as our executive PA and the assistant secretary. The entire staff of Parliament that are here with our protection service, we want to say good morning to you once again. Babu Mtombeni, you may take the lead.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, acting mayor, the management from the municipality, our entities, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Adam Tombeni from Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, the DDG for Intergovernmental Relations. We're here today accompanying our resident portfolio committee as a department. So I will start from the department side just to introduce the colleagues that are with me. I'm with the Chief Director for Public Entities, Madam Pechulankate. I'm also having a colleague, the senior manager for our construction project management, Madam Kolele. I'm trying to, yeah, she's here. So from our regional office here in Cape Town. We're also having the regional manager who asked to be excused this morning, Mr. Gibela. So he was having another commitment from the region. We're also having from the office of our Director General, Madam Cecilia Muloi. Oh, there she is. And we also have our entities, the entities under the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, where my branch is entrusted to support them and coordinate. I will start from the side of CBE. This is our entities that are dealing with professionals. You know that in our wing of Public Works, we do have the professional councils, which include your engineers, architects, etc. So the CBE is one of the council that coordinate on our behalf those professional councils. So we're having the chairperson of CBE, Madam Amelia Mchali. We're also having the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Mieza. Still on my far right, we have another entity. It's a very important entity as well, called CIDB. So the chairperson of CIDB, Mr. Nzo, is there. We're also having the CEO yesterday. He had prior commitment. He requested the chairperson to excuse him just to attend to other issues which we're pressing today. The last one, it's a representative from our Engineering Council of South Africa, EXA. It's a very long surname, which is having Mr. Lihungwane Malibukhang. So yeah, he's the one coming from EXA, dealing with the side of complaints, and they're relevant in terms of the problem that we're dealing with here in George. Yeah, Chairperson, that's all from the side of, I was also checking my communicator if he's around, Mr. Mabasa. Oh, there he is at the far corner there. That's the head of communications in the Department of Public Works, Mr. Lennox Mabasa. He ensures that evidence are there for whatever we do. He communicates the outcomes. So we are happy, Mr. Mabasa, if you are able to join us. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Babam Tomben. Can we get a representative or the leader of DSD, Social Development? We don't have from Social Development. Yes, can we hand over the mic, they do their introduction? And after that, there's labor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. We are from the Department of Social Development. We are in the region called the Eden Karoo region. Our regional office is here in George. We have 10 local offices across the region. We are 4 members who are representing the Department of Social Development here this morning. My name is Mzukisi Skosana. I'm a social work manager. And next to me is Ms. Chobela. Maybe she can stand up. Ms. Chobela is also a social work manager. And then next to her is Ms. Batakati, Ms. Ntlizwiana Batakati, who is a supervisor, social work supervisor. And then next to her is Ms. Ingrid Fuku, who is also a social work supervisor. These are some of the team members who were involved from inception when the disaster happened last year on the 6th of May. We were intensely involved with the families, giving them the necessary support in terms of the services that the Department of Social Development is offering, like psychosocial support services, trauma counseling, and we also worked very closely with the other sister organizations that are also funded by the Department of Social Development, that are also, funded on their own. We were working as a team, ensuring that we stabilize, the trauma that is being felt by the families. So we were with the families throughout, giving them all the necessary and relevant support as the Department of Social Development. We have been requested by our HOD, Dr. Robert McDonald, to be here today to listen. And also, we are also representing our regional director, who unfortunately cannot make it today. So we are the delegation that is representing the Department of Social Development here locally. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Labour Department.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. Good morning, Executive Mayor. My name is David Iso. I am the Provincial Chief Inspector for the National Department of Employment and Labour. From the day the incident occurred, as the Department of Employment and Labour, I was placed in charge with the investigation up until where we ended off on Tuesday when the documents was finally submitted to the NPA. With me today, I have the specialist who was the main investigator, Ms. Ngalu. She will be in court testifying. And then we have the regional manager of the George area, Mr. Nyakaza, and our admin staff to deal with matters as discussed yesterday, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, honorable parliamentary members and the community at large. I'm with my two team members that will be talking to the funds. That would be Ms. Mtsali, Princess Mtsali, and Ms. Ditebo Pamodi. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, you want them to repeat? Oh, you, the echo makes us not to hear you properly. Can you please repeat what you were saying? I think the issue is how you put your mic.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Timothy Nyagaza, as was introduced. Today, we are the Provincial Chief Inspector just needed to introduce our two specialists from the funds. That is the Unemployment Insurance Fund, that is UIF, as well as Compensation Fund, that is for IODs. Thank you so much. That is Ms. Pamodi and Ms. Mtsali. Thank you.
Can you hand over the mic to the municipality, the leader of the municipality, to introduce the team?
Thank you very much, honorable members and honorable chairperson. My name is Jackie von Brandes. I'm the executive mayor. With me today is the executive deputy mayor, Councillor Browan Johnson, Councillor Noni Mabete. We've got with us our social department here, Kanyesile from the George Municipality, also attending this event. Thank you very much.
There's someone that side. Will request all officials, councillors, be it the leaders from department entities, to come this side. This side we're expecting the community.
Thanks, Chairperson. Morning, all protocol observed. I don't want us to be left out because we are forming part of the department. We are SASSA, South African Social Security Services. My name is Sipiwo Sonanzi. I'm the acting senior manager for Eden Karoo. Eden Karoo includes George as part of the Eden Karoo. So therefore, I'm here with Mr. Makwashu, who is a local office manager of George. I just want to point out, Chairperson, that as part of the humanitarian cluster under social development, we were part of the proceedings from the beginning. So I want our involvement here today also to be noted and not just sit without informing the panel that we are in the house. Thanks, Chairperson.
Oh, thank you so much. Actually, we expected the DSD to introduce you. Our understanding, that's why on our side, DPWI had to introduce the entities. So it's unfortunate, but we really appreciate your presence. And we believe when we know that SASSA plays a very vital role across the country. Can we invite the executive mayor to welcome us? If there is a traditional leader as well, must identify. Oh, can we get the roving mic to the gentleman who has raised his hand?
Thank you for recognizing me, Madam Chair. I'm Thijs Spies. I'm Chief Financial Officer of a company called FEM, Federated Employers Mutual. We are registered by the Minister of Employment of Labour to provide workmen's compensation insurance, and some of our insured has been involved in this incident. Thank you for recognizing me.
Oh, you are also a very important entity. We believe, did I get something from, oh. You are a very important entity and we want to welcome and appreciate your presence. Executive Mayor, you can decide whether you come up or you stand there and welcome us. I was also saying if there's a traditional leader, government taught us that when we arrive wherever, if there's a traditional leader must be recognized and we must allow them to also welcome us because it is their soil. But in the absence of none, the municipalities, yeah, the municipality, it's your time.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson Piri, and all the honourable members here in front. All protocol observe. Portfolio Committee, distinguished guests, delegations from numerous different departments, colleagues, and most important, the survivors of the families affected by the Victoria Street building collapse. It's an honor to welcome you today. You are here today, though we are gathering under a shadow of tragedy that has seeped deeply and affected our community. The collapse of the Victoria Street building claimed precious life, displaced families, and left many emotional scars. Today we are here to remember the victims and the survivors. Not as a number, but as mothers, fathers, children, brothers, sisters, and members of our community that has lives to live and stories to tell. Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, thank you very much for being here today. Thank you for listening to the stories today, and thank you for inviting us to this precious occasion today, because it's not every day that people get a chance to talk to a national parliament, and we appreciate that. Thank you and welcome to George.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. I think when I started, I've said it, that the purpose of us coming today, it's hearing. And that time has arrived for us to hear from the survivors and the families of the bereaved families. I'm going to request the first batch to raise up their hand if they want to speak. Those who are able and they must move to the middle seat. Can I get an indication? I only see 2 hands. There's no any other hand. If there's no any other hand, it means it's only 1 round. So don't get provoked of what others are saying, because the second round is not guaranteed. We only guarantee the first round when there's a mushrooming. Oh, an official, do you want? I saw a hand from an official, and you must not be denied an opportunity. If you want to speak, you can. Mayor, the executive mayor, don't deprive her to speak. She has raised her hand. You were raising your hand. Do you still want to speak? One thing that we are going to question you is that you must not speak on behalf of the municipality. The municipality will respond. Okay? Okay. 5, it's fine. You must start by saying your name. Introduce yourself. How you are affected, then you move. You start to talk. You are given 3 minutes. Or in you want more than that? Okay, it's fine. You know, in terms of time, we try to manage that everybody can be given an opportunity to speak. But if you are saying, it's fine. Why are you laughing? Everybody not pronouncing it well. Okay. You may ascend next to the mic and talk to us. Remember, there are recordings. Make it a point that your voice is audible enough. Don't move very closer to the mic. Possibilities are that you can be live or it can be played later by SABC. And now it's live. Please, let's talk. We want to understand. It's a fact-finding session. If there's a need for a response, the team is here, they will respond. But we don't want a dialogue. We're not going to create a space of a dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Zweli Peterson, brother of Lunga Sindelo, who passed on the tragedy. All I want to say, all these departments that were standing here, they are the bunch of liars. And I'm not going to be apologetic about that. To George Municipality, I believe there was the amount of 9 comma something M that they withdraw from the developer, from hiring all the machinery and all those stuff that were removed by George Municipality. At the very meantime, George Municipality withdrew those funds. I want to just them to elaborate what was the reason of withdrawing those funds. Because this disaster happened in front of their noses, they should have avoided it not to happen. Now we hear that the site is on auction, and George Municipality is allowing that. Why? Is it because we are poor black people who don't have enough money to hire high-profile lawyers? I want them to explain to us now, today, what was the reason of withdrawing that money from the developer. To social development, they are a bunch of liars. When Minister Dean McPherson was here, they were running like headless chicken, pretending that they care. They never helped even a single person, these victims. They never did nothing, absolutely nothing. I don't know what Mr. Skosana is saying, because they never help us. Even today, if they say they help, they must just come out now and say, who did they help? I thank you. To Department of Labor, also Department of Labor failed us from the very onset. They never help us. Even now, I was accompanying my mom to the Department of Labor to find out about the outcomes of the UIF. The UIF that was supposed them to pay. My mom was helped by the lady who was in front, on the front desk. When the lady, my mom asked her, he said, no, she's gonna ask his superior, which is maybe was upstairs. When she calls the superior, I hear during the conversation, the superior says, ask, is she a South African citizen? What was that question? And then he said, yes. He said, no, tell her the claim is in progress, is in process. So why she should ask that question? What about the Africans guys that were also there? Because they've got the very same pain that we have. Why are they doing this to other people? Because they should have avoided this not to happen on the very onset. I thank you.
Honorable members, I'm gonna do this. It came to my mind. Do you have a clarity-seeking question to the gentleman before he sit down so that we understand and capture what they're saying? Is there any member who want to double-check what he was saying?
Molweni Bahlana. I have one clarity-seeking question, Mr. Peterson. Yes. The funds that you are saying were withdrawn by you, George Municipality, can you just explain to us, Indoba, what funds are those?
These foundings were the foundings that George Municipality, that the developer owed George Municipality for removing the rubble on the side. And for hiring all those machines. It was about 9-something M. But we didn't even know what was the reason of George Municipality to withdraw those funds from the developer.
Thank you. You may sit down. Huh? Yes, the next one.
The chairperson of Public Works Committee, Carlo Piri, honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen present here, my fellow Malawians, my fellow Zimbabweans, my fellow Mozambicans, my fellow South Africans present here, a warm welcome. Our gathering today is not only to raise our concern, but to demand justice
sorry,
from
can you tell
Labour
us your name?
Department. Sorry?
Can you tell us your name so that we can capture what you are saying?
My name is Matthew Simbeye.
Matthews.
Yes, Matthew Simbeye,
Okay.
from Malawi.
Proceed.
Our gathering today is not only to raise our concern, but to demand justice. Honorable members, permit me quickly to quote a passage from the book of Sun Tzu, one of the Chinese greatest philosophers the world has ever produced. It doesn't take much strength to lift a hair. It doesn't take much, sharp eyes to see the sun and the moon. And it doesn't take sharp ears to hear the thunderclap. Honorable members, the hair is very light. Even the weakest person can lift it. Not only the weakest person, even a newly born baby can lift it because it's very light. The sun and the moon are huge and bright enough. Everyone is able to see it, or is visible to everyone. The thunderclap is loud enough. Everyone hears it. The truth and justice we are seeking today is like a hair. It's light, everyone can lift it. Even the weakest person, as I've already said. The sun and the moon, the truth and justice we are seeking today is like the sun and the moon. Is huge enough and visible to everyone. Everyone can see it. It's the same as the thunderclap. Honorable members, allow me to raise my concern on behalf of Malawians, fellow Malawians present here. We were asked to go to Department of Labor to collect the documents, and we did. We signed those documents, but now the problem is when we go back to Labor Department, they say, yeah, your documents are fine, but then you need to have an account. We bring them the account, they say, no. For example, my friend from Malawi had FNB bank accounting. They say, no, how did you manage to open this bank account? Maybe you gave them money, those people, to allow you to open the account. So give us time so that we can verify if this account is fake or true. So they are playing that game so that they can make us fail. So I'm asking the honorable members to consider this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, can I get an indication? There's no member who wants to get clarity. Oh, Honorable Mkhize.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, I just wanted to ask Mr. Matthews, what are those documents that the Department of Labor asked them to sign, if he knows?
Sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
I'm asking Mr. Matthews, what were the documents that the Department of Labor asked you to come and sign?
I think it's, those documents, it's like when you apply for the compensations.
When you apply for?
Compensations. I have those documents with me here. Later you can see them. If you don't understand me clear.
No, I think with what I'm getting from you, the problem is not documentation. The problem is that how did you get your bank account? Isn't it? They are taking you from pillar to post. When you bring a form, they request a bank account. When you bring a bank account, they start to question the legitimacy of the bank account. That's
Yes.
what you are saying.
They were saying, here's my account. They're saying, okay, this is account FNB. How did you manage to open that account? That is the question they asked. As far as I know, when you have passport, work permit, or required documents, then you go, they open your account. Now, the Labor Department, they ask, how did you manage to open this account? You are not from here. So I say, no, Your question doesn't make sense. How did I manage? You don't work for those people, I mean, in the bank.
Thank you. You said you have submitted your forms or they did not take it. Do you
No.
still have your document?
Yeah,
You did not submit to them.
no.
The only thing now is for you to submit. Okay, thank you. The next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. My name
Or maybe, if you knew the officer who's doing that, can you mention the name? Are you able to give us the name of the officer?
Unfortunately, I don't know their names because, you know, when you're talking to them, you can't start by asking the name. What is your name, sir? Then it will be very complicated. He or she is going to ask me, say, no, man, just hit the nail. You see?
Thank you, Matthews. Sorry to disrupt you.
Okay, morning, everyone.
Money.
My name is Sibusiso, surname is Ngobese. I'm one of the families and
Can you
also,
repeat your name?
the name is Sibusiso, surname is Ngobese. I see everyone is beautiful in this room today, except those photos there. What is my point? Here is my point. Let us treat this matter seriously. Why I'm saying that is needing the special attention, this matter, because when we can try to check, this matter is involve South Africans and also Africans, because it's including Lesotho, it's including Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and others. My first point is this one. It's not a profession. When someone is going to our facilities, our government facilities, then it's going to be treated. We know they are foreign nations, but still they are our black brothers and sisters. So let us give them their dignity. Because if you are working for government, you cannot be a racist. When someone is coming to government facilities, then you are going to say, who is that one? Is a South African or is a Mozambican? You are starting dividing people. But Africa belongs to us all. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. My another point is this one. Social development, Department of Labor. I didn't know even Sasa is here, but it's a pleasure. I welcome you all. The thing is, let me start with social development. The day that building collapsed there, yes, social development was there, helping people. But after, social development was not there. They were there with only phone call to hear how people coping. But the thing that I know is the government vehicles, they are full with petrol. So people can do their work. Because I think the parliament and the government, when they employ someone, they just want that person to do the work. But looks like they didn't do their work. There is another organization, honorable members, that I want you to know, who help the victims and the family. We have Ms. Diane Krusha here, is representing Rotary. Can you stand up, Ms. Diane? They can see you. Is Rotary chairperson organizer this one? Is the person or is the organization who help the families and the victims through money and to see that the children are having clothes and they are bringing food on the table for the people. The thing that I'm talking about, I have the proof of it, because each and every of survivors and also the families, they have received money like 3,000 per month from Rotary. Where was social development? Where was social development? Let's come to Department of Labor. Okay, they are there because people are working. they need someone who's registered, they need someone who has ID, passport. Okay, we understand that. But this matter is different. Because for the first time, if before that building collapse, if labor goes there and they do their homework or their research, they could find that there are other ones that they don't have documents there. So they can start to do what? To take them out. Because we know we have many departments, immigration is there. When someone is in South Africa, doesn't have a passport or something, they have to take him back. So this one is coming from many different departments, because now I hear last time when I hear in the parliament, the Minister of Department of Labor saying other 50 something doesn't have passport. Okay, but where was labor by that time? Because they are the first step who can prevent that thing to be happen. Now people has died. They were our brothers and sisters, mothers and daughters. That is why I'm saying, honorable members, when you go from here to the parliament, please, let's treat this matter special, because it's a special matter. It's not only South Africans here who lost their life. It's all brothers and sisters of Africa who lost their lives. My last point is this one, especially to Department of Labor. As other peoples, they have passport and work permit, but still there is no help. When the people are there in the office, it looks like sometimes the people, it's like toys. Someone is going to hide there in the fancy room upstairs or somewhere. It doesn't help people. I am a South African taxpayer. I am so ashamed to see that my tax is paying someone who doesn't do his work. Because each and every time I have to pay tax. But those tax, they are going to someone who doesn't do their work. According to my point of view, I can say other offices, they need to be cleaned, because they are full of people who doesn't want to do their work. They are full of people who doesn't treat other people with dignity. You cannot say, you know, I lost someone there, that you can say it's a foreign nation. How? Someone is there in there. There are mothers here who stay with the children. Their fathers is dead with that tragedy. There are sisters here, there are brothers here who lost the breadwinners. What about those people? Now we are coming to December time. Families will be happy. What about those families? It's been 2 years now. We are approaching even 3 years. Nothing happened. Thank you, Honorable. Any questions?
Honorable members, let me stand up before you leave. I see the hand of Honorable Letlape, then Mankosi will follow. Do we have any other member who will want to make a follow-up?
No, thanks, Chair. I just want to make a follow-up with regards to social development. What exactly is it that social development did on the day of the building that collapsed? What is it that they did? And what is it that they failed to assist you with after? And with Labor Department as well, if you can just be specific on what is it that they in fact did not assist you with or did not assist the survivors with. Is it the documentation? Is it processing of documentation? What is it that they are not giving you assistance of? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I understand your question. Social development was there in the day of the tragedy. They help people, the families, because everyone was there at the homes to see what is happening, so they can find their husbands, sisters, brothers, all of those stuff. So social development is there to handle people and help them, give them food that they donate by people. But specifically, social development after the tragedy, they didn't even, I hear they are speaking about trauma counseling. No, these people are still even now in trauma. These people are even now, they didn't get even any counseling. It's just, I don't know what I can call it, but I didn't know. If you can ask each and every one of these persons, did you get counseling or a trauma counseling? Nothing happened. And other thing about social development is we have people that they lost their arms and legs. They didn't even bother to visit their homes to see how those people are coping. Because I think when we speak about the social development, is the most sensitive department that that they have to care for people, but they didn't show any care. Then another question, can you say?
The Labor Department.
You know, when I'm coming to Labor Department, I'm losing it. I'm really losing it because Labor Department is the first department who failed to do their homework. It's the first department because all of us who are working, we are responsible where? At Labor Department. Labor, when the people are going there, last year around this time, they say people have to open the bank accounts, they have to go and fill the UIF forms. They are going to lay out the UIF, even now. This year is coming to an end, even now, no UIF. There are other families, maybe 2 or 3 in District 2, maybe 2 or 3 that they get help, but the rest, they didn't get any help. And when their excuse is, other people, they are not from this country. Okay, I understand that. Other people, they are not from this country. But what did they did to prevent that? Because when that project is starting there, they have to be there, Labor have to be there all the step of the way. And we know it's normally, I see it is normal. We are working, all of us here, we are working. And we cannot stop, we say, you are coming from Africa, you cannot work because you don't have this and that. But it's their responsibility to check on that paperwork and everything.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I just want to check with Sibusiso with regards to the treatment that he's speaking about, that the treatment that they are getting is not satisfactory. So I just want to check with you as to which department that is not treating well when you want to be assisted. Or if it's the municipality, you can also tell us, furnish us with the name of the department that is not treating well. Thank you very much.
Okay. The treatment I'm speaking about is Department of Labor. When people are going there, today they are going to give you this document. They say go and fill up this document. You are coming back again, then they give you another document. For the first time, why you don't give me all paperwork that I have to manage to sign or to do anything with it. So when I come to take those documents back, they can be all there. It's the first step. And we remember that these people, they don't have even money for transport to go up and down with those people. But still, there is many delayment. This form, you have to come up with another form. That form is like it's a game. It's like we are playing Monopoly or something. And people doesn't have that money of going up and down. And another thing, you spoke about George Municipality. George Municipality, I don't want to even to involve George Municipality because the time we were there with Mr. Zizo and Ms. Muriel, we have the meeting about FAMSA. Looks like there was been funds that FAMSA have taken it, some of that stuff, but it's a long thing. Yes, they are there because we need a municipality, but in profession they are not there. Even yesterday, is the minister of the George Municipality who spoke there at the site. He said they are helping people, and the George Municipality didn't help anyone here. Didn't help anyone here, except maybe those ones, they are helping them in their dreams. But here in reality, they don't help anyone.
Thank you, Chair. Ungebe, I just want to find out something from you. Since the day you've been interacting with the Department of Labor, I just want to find out as to how long has that been? Like, when was the first time they first contacted you? And how long have you been waiting since the day they first contacted you up until now? Because we just want to establish as to, we just want to establish the turnaround period or turnaround time for this department, just to check if they're doing things the correct way. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, one piece of Nandi Baba. Ngaiva namo tai ungobeselo. Yeah, the thing is, in that department, you see when the building collapsed last year, maybe around 2 months or after 3 months, the people started to go there in the department. That is why I'm saying it's more than 2 years now. People are still running around there in the Department of Labor. There is nothing happening. That is why I was so ashamed when the minister, my minister of Department of Labor, was saying that in the parliament. Why from the first start, they didn't say straight to the people that those one that doesn't have the documents, we are not going to help them. Those one who, that is why I'm saying when I'm lento, if you not sometime, see, treat it in the right way, or in the special ngoba ihlanganisa amazwe amanye iSouth Africa yi1 le ifaka iAfrica yonke le ngoba sinabo abobhuti nabo sisi bavela eMozambique bavela eLesotho sinento esininzi nje. Then my government as a South African, I'm requesting and I'm pleasing, let's just treat this matter differently and make sure from this one this thing like this doesn't happen again.
Okay, Ntinde, the last one. When they said to you, bring those documents, did you bring them? Did you bring all of the documents that they requested from you? I just want to find out that.
Yes. Why I'm saying yes, you see these 62 families, when I'm speaking with this one, I'm speaking for everyone because there are other families who bring all the documents there, but still there is another excuse over excuse. Now I'm not sure what is happening. Yabo.
Sibusiso, were you part of the employees?
No, family.
You are speaking on behalf of the bereaved families.
Yes.
Thank you.
Honorable Members of Parliament, the Executive Mayor of George, Deputy Executive Mayor of George, Councillors present, my name is Khanyisile Fortuin. I'm speaking here on behalf of the Mehlo family who lost a young girl with the name Sihle. Khanyisile Fortuin. Honorable Members of Parliament, on the day of the building collapsed, sitting in our office, the mother of Sihle Mehlo, an auxiliary social worker for the George Municipality, who went out on an outreach, received the message that the building has collapsed. When she heard that the building collapsed, the first one to call was Khanyisile. Now I'm well known as Jojo. Jojo, please check where is Sihle because we can't find her phone is off. Honorable Members of Parliament, I can still remember when Sihle entered the office just before the collapse of the building, came into the office of her mother during lunchtime, taking a picture. Mother, today you look so beautiful. That was the last words of Sihle. on that very same day. A young woman that has been robbed from her dreams. Before I want to continue, honorable members of parliament, as a citizen of South Africa, an honorable citizen, I would like to acknowledge some of the members from the Department of Social Development who has been with us on that day. Ms. Futku, Ms. Batekate, and the rest of the team. I need to commemorate that, members of parliament, that they've been there. Yes, system sometimes does shine in their absence. As part of the family, we are here to ask, where is the humanity in these systems? We are sitting here traumatized. We are sitting here robbed by our dreams for our young one that has left. When we enter these departments, I'm not going to name people here, but they are in full colors with their arrogance. Because we understand their jobs require them sometimes to be strict, honorable members. However, we ask a special task team to deal with this matter. Like the previous speaker said, that this matter is just not one matter, one of the other matters. People lost their lives. Every morning when we wake up, honorable members, Ceaseless voice is not there. Honorable members, when we go to bed, we don't hear Ceaseless say good night. Yet every day, Mamehlo needs to wake up and pass the very same spot where her child lost her life and needs to go and be effective in a workspace. However, she's so traumatized. An auxiliary social worker that needs to serve this very same George, but still she is broken with inside. I also want to commemorate here, not because I am part of the municipality. I was one of the staff members, honorables, that worked since day one on that matter. This George municipality, social development, Department of Social Development in the municipality has worked extremely hard, honorable members, to make sure that these families on my right-hand side has been served. Even though, honorable members, it was a food parcel to serve them, we used out of, because that was not our mandate, but we've worked, honorable members, as broken chairperson, as I was as a family member. I put my emotions aside because there's other members also affected here, not only the Metro family, but other members. But we've worked tirelessly and extremely hard, honorable members, as a municipality with a family member and members that has been affected. The truth needs to be told, honorable members, that the municipality did not shine away in their absence. They were there. We were there. As broken as we were there, honorable members. Since the last day, when we had to took someone as the far end of Wilderness Heights. On the day, there is Mamehlo, when we had to go back and look for the families again for the sessions. Through this very same municipality, we used our vehicles to collect these families to the hall for that engagement. So I just want to correct it. As a broken family member, the municipality has been supportive for these families. I want to commemorate, like I've said, some of these members who's been there. We have been there to support. However, my question from the part of the family, we want humanity in this situation where families has lost their lives, where members of that staff members has lost their arms and their legs. We want answers. We can never be traumatized and go back to a Department of Labor, a Department of Social Development, and do not get comprehensive feedback. And that is what we long as a families, that someone can give us proper feedback so that this case can be closed. We will never get our families back. That is one thing we know. However, we want justice. And we want those that needs to be held accountable. Thank you.
Honorable members, is there anyone who wants to get clarity from Kanyisile? You know, but I want to conscientize. Honorable members, let us not fall into a trap of trying to be in the situation of response. If you have seen the reaction on my left-hand side, when she was speaking, they were raising hands. I made it clear when you were standing up, Kanyisile, that are you speaking on behalf of the municipality or as a bereaved family? And you said the bereaved family. But in most of your statement, you were speaking on behalf of the municipality. Can we stop doing that? Allow us to direct this meeting and not make it messy. There will be a time where the municipality must respond. I'm even more confused whether there will be a time for respond. Are you going to be part of the responses or not? Because already, on my observation, you have provoked on your other side. I don't know whether to take you to this side or that other side. Now you have made a mess. I did not want to call you into order because it was going to sound arrogantly. I see there's someone from the side that I said it's government has just jumped into a line, and I believe the line, it cut it to 5 people, and I did not call on the second session or round. Can you go back? Protection Service, tell the person to go back. While you are still standing, Kanyisile must come back. Honorable Kobe wants to get a clarity. And please, you can sit down, gentlemen. Kanyisile, come back. And please avoid talking about services that are done by the municipality. It's not time for the municipality to respond. We thought you were going to talk about the tragedy. We thought we were going to talk about how satisfactory. If it's satisfactory, you were supposed to say it, but not be like a spokesperson of the municipality. Please, refrain from doing that. Honorable Kobe.
No, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Kanyisile. I think you gave a very moving rendition, really, of the issues that the Mehlo family has encountered. And I think maybe it's a lot of families as well in the same boat. My question is, because you have dealt primarily with the George Municipality and the Department of Social Development, and you are seeking humanity, that they treat you as human, but in the same breath you are saying that they've been excellent. Where is the disconnect there? Who's not treating you inhumane? You've only mentioned 2 institutions, which is the George Municipality and Social Development. So I just need to know, are those 2 institutions failing you, or which humanity over and above that would you appreciate? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I would like to apologize and refrain from doing that. I was not defending any department. I was just speaking here. However, Honorable Member, I would like to refrain from that. And I would like to answer your question in terms of that. Yes, we as the families, we need humanity. Like I've mentioned, the system. I know procedure-wise there is procedures that needs to be followed. But we want, like I've mentioned in my last part, that there needs to be a special task team from different departments that address this very same issues. The questions that we have as families, we want this task team to deal with that questions that we do have. And then also, I know there's some of the previous speakers that said, in terms of the forms, I know Mamehlo has been calling 3 times back to Department of Labor after filling a form. Then she had to come back again to fill another form. And that is why I said the system, there is no humanity in that part of the system, because a person in trauma, chairperson, can never go back 2 to 3 times to 4 times to fill in the same thing over and over.
Thank you very much, Kanyisile.
Honorable Mkhize.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Kanyisile, I just wanted to ask, coming from the family side, right? You mentioned that the municipality has been there for you, and then in that breath, you mentioned that they helped you with transportation to the hall. I just wanted to, if you could elaborate more, what more other things that they do for you as the Mehlo family, besides the transportation to the hall? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
The families has been assisted with transport on the day where there was another session at the municipality for the families. I think it was a memorial service as well. There was also a time when the municipality went out to all the families, not on behalf of the municipality now, that was the question, Chairperson, to support them with food parcels, as well as toiletries, what do you call these things? Toiletry bags and whatsoever. That was also being given to the families.
You mentioned the part of arrogance. Are you referring to other departments beside the municipality and social development? The officials, actually your colleagues, your counterpart, meaning when we speak about officials of government, including yourself, the arrogance that the previous speaker also spoke about, are you confirming that government officials are arrogant? That's my question.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, there are arrogancy in the departments. If I can justify, I know some of these members has been visiting the different departments such as DSD and Labor, and then has been referred back to the municipality. Our office is working as the social development department of the municipality, and we've seen a lot of these families seeking for help there. And then we refer back because it's not this side where the help is. And then now myself as a person, I will leave my office because I'm part of the bereaved family. Then I will walk with him there. Like I've said, Chairperson, there were names that have been mentioned of officials in their departments who has worked, and really they have made ways to assist these families.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gabriel Kwamba. I'm the victim.
Repeat the name.
Gabriel Kwamba. So I'm the victim. So I stayed there 118 hours in Rwabo. So I'm here to speak because with the empty promises.
You are a survivor.
Yeah, I'm a survivor.
You were there.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah, so I'm here to speak.
For how long you were trapped?
It's 118 hours in Rwabo. Yeah.
Okay, talk to us.
So I'm here to complain because to empty promises. Because the labor, we say we're gonna help us, but we didn't help us. Sometimes when I go to the labor, we say I have to bring the report of the doctor. So every time I bring the report, these guys will say, we're gonna call me, we didn't call me. Yeah, I'm still waiting until today.
If I may ask
Yes.
nicely, so that we understand, are you a South African?
I'm a South African, yes.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for the call, we still call me, we're still surviving. So the last time I get the call, we said the doctor, Patrick, we called the labor, we say, I have to go to work. How I'm gonna to work? I have pain on my back. I have problem on my eyes. Understand? I don't see nicely if I go outside, you see. So these guys, we didn't call me. So I'm still need the help. I'm not working. I'm still alone in my house. Sometimes I'm scared to go to see my son because I don't have money. I have to see my son with the plastics, something. But these guys, we don't help us. I don't know why. We're surviving with a pitch job, but if I left something heavy, I feel pain on my back. Sometimes I have stress. Understand? I'm still go to George Hospital to take some medication. But these guys will still help us. We don't help us. So we had to complain. Thank you, guys.
Honorable members, Gabriel has spoken. Do you have clarity? I only see the hands of Honorable Letlape, then Madikizela will follow.
Thanks, Chair. I don't mean to bring back the experience to the survivor, but I think it's an opportunity to try to get an idea of what actually happened after that collapse. I just want to check with the survivor if you got immediate medical attention on the day, and did you have follow-ups? And so were you given a person to be in contact with as and when you need medical assistance? Are you still getting that even now? Do they know about your current? Okay. And then with regards to labor taking you from pillar to post, are you saying that you have not been assisted with your labor claim? If you can please just come back to the mic.
Yes, I take all the documents there, so I'm still waiting for the call.
And when was that done?
The last month, yeah, the last of last month, I see the doctor because of my eyes. I have problem on my eyes, so I have problem on the back. So the doctor should give me the document. I go to the labor, I give them. We're gonna call me. I'm still waiting. So these guys will say we're not gonna help me because the Dr. Patrick, we say I can go work because it's the psychologist doctor. So the physical doctor, we didn't say nothing. So I take the document there. So these guys will say we're gonna call me. I'm still waiting for the call until today.
So you're saying Labor Department says they can't help you because the doctor
She said,
declared you fit to continue working?
Yes, but it's the psychologist doctor.
There's
It's
what?
not- The psychologist doctor. It's not the physical doctor.
Oh, the psychologist said that you are fit for work.
Yes.
The labor is refusing to help you because they say you are fit for work
yes.
with your claim.
Yes.
Thanks, Chair.
No, Chair, for me, just one question, because I think many people have been complaining about these offices. Which labor office did you go to?
Yeah, in town.
Yeah, in George.
Yes, in George.
Okay. Do you know the name or the names of the person that you've been dealing with?
The name is, maybe it's Elton John or something like that. Yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Maluleki, the last time I see that guy, I was not there, the Elton January. So I was Mr. Maluleki. So I give the report of the doctor, the physical doctor. So I give the report, we say we're gonna call me, but we didn't call me yet.
Because yeah, I think it's important to know the names of the people that they are complaining about, so that when we make this follow-up, we'll be specific. Thank you, Chair.
The Labor Department, you are here. Social Development, you are here. Can you respond to the statement that were made? The roving mics, do you need one mic going down? There's a hand that side. I guess the hand is for respond. I'm calling upon the department to respond. If you have raised your hand to respond, then you are in the right platform. But if you have raised your hand for something else, it's not yet time for that. Can I get a representative who's going to lead on behalf of social development in responding to the statements made? They are not questions, but they are statements that are made by the community. The labor, yes, you can come.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning.
You'll be followed by, are you social development?
Yes.
Then where's labor? Then you must follow. And in your response, maybe let me try to guide. You must also outline the legislation. What does it say? Because there's a misunderstanding of the legislation. We are the legislatures, yes. Some of the laws might not, in your situation, you might think it becomes a bit unfair, but each country has got its own legislation, and we'll have to respect that. Every time when we deal with a paper that must tend to be an act signed by the president, there is a public hearing. Citizens are encouraged to participate in those if it comes to your vicinity. We'll want you and urge you, when you respond, you must quote the law. What does it say? Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Protocol observed, and good morning to the families of the deceased. Social development. Our role is psychosocial support in times like these. Psychosocial.
Raise your voice. No, there's a meaning of the tape. Can you assist? Go and assist.
What must I do?
There's a reason why they've put at that black tape.
Like that. Social development. Is that better? Okay. Psychosocial support. When the incident happened, a social worker called our office. She called me, she informed me, Mrs. Fuku, you won't believe what I'm witnessing now. At that moment, I left the office without telling my colleagues where I'm going. Because can it be? The way she sounded made me walk down to the area where it happened. Coming there, you don't have words. You see people running. And then we all assembled as social workers, social development, myself and Mrs. Batikati seated here. We had to get our staff together. At that moment, they were waiting on our leadership, what to do. Psychosocial support kicked in at that moment. What is psychosocial support? You can't feel it. you can't see it. It's broken people. It's people asking questions at that moment. When the first family members came in, it's if though I still, I'm shaking here, not because I'm nervous, but because of what you experienced that moment. George stood together. We as social development had our social workers there. We were on the site 24/7. We left our families behind. We had to make arrangements. Who's going to sleep there? Why did we make that arrangement? When there will be somebody breaking down during the night, when there will be bodies that came out of the rumble, social workers were there. When the emotions, the raw emotions, the cries, these people, and now I'm saying it as Ingrid Fuku, to walk in there in the morning, the second, the third day, you started making that connection. It's family. You know the trauma they're going through. That weight, that moment, the celebration when Gabriel, when it was announced, Gabriel came out. He's alive. Then, when the bodies had to be identified, social workers accompanied. Transport, the Premier availed transport. Social development had to avail drivers to be there in the morning. Those who wanted to go home to go and refresh, they were taken. Those who wanted to go and see their families later in the day, we were there. Yeah, I've also heard mentioning phone calls. Phone calls is a form of psychosocial support. That check-in that you do, how are you? Tangible things we don't have, yes, but the food parcels that was there, the part that social development delivers, we went to the houses to do the deliveries. We went to the houses, we delivered. There were those who came to the office. Yes, and we had FAMSA, where we sent the people because the money was with them and they supplied the food parcels later. So, like I said, we don't have answers. We could give the social support, we could be there. Sometimes the social workers would come to us and say, ma'am, we can't answer. It's only labor that can answer. It's only health that can answer. But yet the social worker, we are seen of jack of all trades. That emotional, just by being there. We were there at the time, the most broken time. We were there. Yes, with the memorial service, the Department of Social Development went. We were on standby. Should psychosocial support be needed? Should we have to comfort? We were there. We still feel with these families the loss. In psychosocial support, we need to get deeper and deeper into that emotions. And yes, the site is still there. Some of us on our way to work, we passed that site. We passed it this morning in coming here. Our office, in many of these cases, we follow an open door policy. We are here. We are here. You can still come. We did not say we're terminating. But in many cases, what is expected, it's not our department. We can refer, and that is what we many a time had to do, to say, on compensation we can't give anything. It's not in our department's mandate.
Ma'am, are you saying the families and the victims are casting aspersions on you, on the department? Are you saying the victims or the families of the bereavement are casting aspersions on yourselves as officials? Is it correct?
Do you mean? I don't get you.
Are you saying what they are saying, it's just tainting your name falsely, or are they creating stories? Majority of them, they said they've not received any assistance after. On the day of event, yes, they did. You were there, but after that, till today, we are talking about a year and some months after. What I'm asking you, which is a direct question now, are you saying what they are saying, it's just tainting your names as officials incorrectly? Are they misleading us? Are they casting aspersions on you?
Madam Chair, as I said, we were there from the first day. We followed up, we sent our staff out, our staff went out, we were involved, telephonically we followed up, but it was clear to us, you cannot bring something tangible to us. We don't come with money as a department. The food parcels was a collaboration. We had that to offer. We had our psychosocial support to offer. And that is why I said that we followed open door policy, because it said to us, or let me rephrase and say, what was verbalized to us at that moment is we need the money that must be paid out, the UIF and that. And the more we explained, it's out of our hands. We can't. They expected from us more than we could give. That is why I'm putting the emphasis on psychosocial support. That is what Department of Social Work could give.
I don't know whether will I be unfair to you to ask you this, but if you feel you're not comfortable with it, you have a right not to respond and say, no, I can't respond to that, or you pass. You must indicate to me, do you think you also need that support? After the tragedy, yourself, do you need the support that you must give it to the bereavement families and those who were in the incident? Do you need that social psycho support yourself?
As Ingrid Fuku, no, as a social work supervisor, as a person, we chose to be social workers. You step in and
Thank
then...
you. The reason why am I asking is that don't feel pity for yourself.
No.
Stand there. I want you to stand there and respond. It's your work line. You work with legislation. When I started, I said, when you respond, you must also quote legislation that will cover you. Remember, some of the things it might not be from your own making. I'm not trying for you to respond how, but don't feel pity for yourself. I'm a bit confused because I feel like you belong to this side rather than to this side. You are feeling pity for yourself. And we can't even understand what you're saying because I'm also starting to be emotional. I feel like I'm feeling sorry for you. Please, can you
don't
brave
have to.
up, be yourself, and respond. That's why I've started with the question that, do you feel like this side, they are casting aspersions on yourselves as official, not as you, to you as an individual, officials, because standing here, you are representing the department, unless otherwise, you've got other colleagues who must come and assist you in responding. Because I'm afraid I'm going to open for members to get clarity on you. You have opened a lot of things. From my side as the chair, I feel pity for you. I don't know, that's why I'm saying, do you need that service? Did it traumatize you? Maybe for you, because you are a human being. The minute I go to an accident, whether I know the person or I don't know the person, my emotions just comes up. I feel pity, I can cry. But I have to man up. Seated here, there are some of the issues that were raised. I could feel, I'm starting to feel emotional, but I had to hold myself. That's why I'm saying, you are even taking back to that part I was trying to avoid. So for me to be focused, I must not be emotional, but you are taking me to be emotional. But it's fine. I'm trying to even direct all of you who are going to come and respond. Man up. And remember, when you respond, it's about government, it's not yourself. When you respond, it's not you, it's government that is responding. You are representing the government. You are not representing yourself. I'll start with Honorable Letlape, then Madikizela, you'll follow.
Thanks, Chair. I just have a few follow-ups. I want to check, we said one of the victims or the families said that you were there on the day of the collapse. You provided assistance, whatever assistance you provided on the day of the collapse. My follow-up is, what further assistance, and you must be specific, what further assistance did you give to the families, to the survivors, to the victims from the day after the collapse up until now?
You can respond.
Good morning again, honorable members. I think Ms. Fuku has given a broad picture of what happened, the services that the Department of Social Development rendered to the families who were affected. We were the first department, I would say, government department that was on site. I remember that first evening, as the families were coming, we were still at the foyer. The main hall was not yet opened by the municipality. I think it was opened the second day. As the families were coming in, we were the ones who were receiving them, as Ms. Fuku was indicating, giving them comfort, giving them psychosocial support. Now, I want to state it very clearly as a department that we are on this side. As a department, we are guided by a number of legislations. We work with families. Family preservation is one of our mandate. We work with children. We work with women who experience gender-based violence, and we do many other programs. But the core that we did on that day, until the end of the operation, until the last person was taken out of the rubble, was to render psychosocial support. We were there 24/7 as a department, working closely with other departments as well. We were, I would call it a humanitarian relief sector that rendered different services. With the food distribution, the department, its social workers, was also assisting the families. When families had to go and identify some of their beloved ones who had passed on, they would be accompanied by a social worker. We have been also making, as Ms. Fuku is saying, telephonic calls to some of the victims, and some of them had indicated at the time that they were fine. But trauma is something that comes now, and then it subsides at some point, and then it reappears again. Now, our approach that we have adopted as a department is that we've got an open door policy. Whoever still requires psychosocial support, trauma counseling, our doors are open. Our services are available for those who still feel that, they experience the trauma, they still need counseling, etc. Our doors as a department are open. I think I want to state it very clearly. Because we work with emotions, we also get affected as officials. We had only one session where debriefing was done for our social workers. I think it was on the second or third day, and that debriefing was arranged by our chief director at our head office in Cape Town. But we always had debriefing sessions for ourselves because it was a very, very difficult time because we were very close with the family members, trying to give them the comfort and consoling them. So that was the main core of our work that we had to render during that week of the disaster as a Department of Social Development. And it is one of our core mandates in the department to render psychosocial support services. So I thought, but I am of the view that Ms. Fuku has extensively explained, elaborated on what is it that the Department of Social Development has done. I may say, Chairperson, that for some of maybe the services that we have rendered for some of the family members, they may feel that the department has not done enough. But from our side, we believe that we have done the best that we could do under the circumstances, based on the core mandate of our department. But as I say, we were working in collaboration with the George Municipality, with FAMSA, with the Rotaries organization, and many others, Department of Correctional Services, SASA, and many other departments. So from our side, we have done what we could do as a Department of Social Development. Thank you.
Your responses are leaving much to be desired. Let me be specific. Maybe you will understand what we are looking for. Now, the chairperson, rightfully so, said it's important to first clearly make us understand your mandate as a department, because we don't expect you to do everything. And that is why he spoke about the legislation. But if I was you responding to what the people were saying in terms of the concerns, I would simply say, one, and that is what you want to hear. This is what you did since the day the building collapsed. And after that, you did 1, 2, 3. And the reason why you did 1, 2, 3, it's because maybe of your limited resources, etc., etc. But let me be specific. People introduced themselves here, and they did say who are their family members, who are they representing. I mean, if I was you, I was going to give this general response and say, well, in the case of a family, Gasbusiso, for example, this is what we did. In the case of the next speaker that also complained about you, because I'm sure if I was you coming to this meeting, I was going to have, I mean, these are very few people, I was going to have a profile of all the family members. So that if each and every member is complaining, you are able to be specific when you respond and say, well, in the case of the member that just spoke, this is what we did, or we couldn't do it for these reasons. I think this is what we want to hear, you know, so that you be specific when you respond. Because, I mean, you gave a long explanation that didn't assist much in terms of the specific questions that people ask. And they introduced themselves that I am from this family. You should have just said, well, we saw this family, this is what we did. And if you didn't, you say, well, we couldn't do it because we didn't know they need help. Something like that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to everyone. I also, in addition to the honorable member here, you spoke about the last speaker now was responding. He's saying they believe that they've done what.
Wait, Honorable Mahlangu, they're still caucusing, but I think I'll advise. If you are a team, you can come to the fourth, all of you. You'll assist in answering the questions. If you think one of you will want to answer, it's fine. You can come, all of you, in front and assist each other. Honorable Mahlangu.
Thank you, Chair. I was just saying, the speaker said they believe that they've done what they were supposed to do. I want to say it's not about beliefs of what you believe, but it's either you have done what you were supposed to do. Number two, you spoke about a week that you have supported these victims during that week. I want to know, according to the Department of Social Development, for how long do you expect it to assist a person, such victims? It's either, if there's a tragedy today, you assist them today, or there's a certain week, or there's a certain period. You also spoke about that you were calling them, phoning them. Who were you phoning? If there's anyone that you have phoned among these people, can you say that I phoned this and this and this? I have their contacts. I want to know if there were psychologists that were assigned to these people. If you're giving a psychological support, how were you doing it? It was a one-on-one session or just your presence there? They were attending to you, coming to you. That's what I want to understand. Who was the social worker that you have assigned? Because you are saying there's a social worker that you have assigned to these people. Did you call them and introduce the social worker you have assigned and say this is a social worker that is going to be responsible for you? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think Honorable Mahlangwe and Honorable Matikizela has covered exactly what I wanted to say. To ask does the department have assessment records and home visit records that show good on this date we went to this particular family, this is what we gave them, this is the support that we showed to the specific family. And also, I don't think you answered the question that the chairperson had asked. And if you may please just answer with a yes or no. When the members say you did not give them counseling, are they lying?
Honorable Chairperson and the rest of the House, protocols observed. We do have a list of people that we constantly are in contact with in terms of the
Let me
victims.
give a direction of how you respond, especially to us. The last question must be responded with a yes or no.
Counseling, yes, was given.
You may proceed.
The list that we have here mostly stems from the memorial service that was held in Thembalethu. Because there was a similar session in Thembalethu where the victims and the families indicated that they still needed counseling, and then they were conducted. So I do have the names here of 29 people who were in that list.
Wait, we want you to go step by step with us. We understand, all of us, what we are saying. You are saying you have a list of those families that you gave as social support. Then, when you are done, there are those that they said they still need, and those that said they are fine. Is it what you are saying?
Yes.
With those that they said they're still in need, did you continue with the service?
Okay, according to the list, there were two that still needed, that still needed counseling, and there was one that we were supposed to be referring to Limpopo. So that is what I indicated here in this report, and the rest of the people who are in the list are attended by other departments. The Department of Labor, that is listed here, as they indicated, and some are still attending with health in terms of the health issues and treated in hospital, and then the others, there was one who said he has got employment, and then mostly they talked about the Department of Labor, that they needed the assistance from the Department of Labor.
Ma'am, I still repeat, you said there are members who said they are fine and those that they still needed your service. Those that said they still need your service, did you continue and give them the service?
Follow-up, ma'am, is going to be done with one.
Did you
It's only
continue
one.
to give them the service?
We have not yet continued with that.
Thank you.
Because
When I started the session, we said we are here for fact findings. So you need to answer accurately. Honorable Kobe, let's allow them to, or let me give you a space.
Chair, thank you very much. I was just saying maybe as a matter of guidance, and maybe just because we are doing this section quickly, to maybe ask the people on our left, by show of hands, how many received on day one assistance from the department? So maybe by a show of hands, if we can see that, and then we ask subsequently who have received subsequent assistance from the department by show of hands again. I think if we have this interactive approach, we will see where the gaps are and collate the stories. So what you say vis-a-vis what we are seeing by a show of hands of the victims, and then we can start to see where the gaps are and how many then you as a department need to go back and start engaging. Because it is clear that if we work by what the department is saying, there is a lot of dissatisfaction on this side, but maybe let's give them a way in which they can voice out that dissatisfaction. With your permission, Chair.
I'm going to rule in this way. Already you have responded. You did not, up to so far, you have not yet done any follow-up. It's only on the day, that's what I'm understanding. And if I'm not saying it correctly, you must rectify me. I'm not going to request these ones to raise their hand, no. Respond in this way. You only gave them your service on day one when the tragedy happened. Within those days, within those hours, you gave them a service. Is it correct?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Can I explain something? Because it seems as if...
I'm afraid that route that has been proposed is going to create more chaotic. Can you allow me to be very softer to you? Because we really don't, we are not here to interrogate you. We are getting facts. There is a difference between us and the commission that you see there in Parliament. We are not a commission, we are a portfolio. We are not even a ad hoc. And don't look at the ad hoc, how they respond and put it here. Here it's a hearing. We are doing fact findings and we'll put up together our report. You are saying, as DSD, you were there on the day of the tragedy, you gave them service. Is it correct?
It's correct, Madam.
Thank you. Two, I'm going back again. I want us, the recordings, to be straight. And when you continued, because you have a responsibility to take them through in a traumatic way and assist them psychologically, when you made your follow-up after you have given them the first session, you asked them telephonically, that's what I heard, to say, do you still need this service? There are those that they've said, no, we are fine. There are those that they've said, yes, we still need that. And you responded. The question that came again is that, did you give them a service going forward? You said not yet. Therefore, when you said not yet, meaning you are still in preparation. The next provoking question that will be according to legislation. You know, sometimes save yourself. Don't bring a common sense. Legislation tells you to do 1, 2, 3 and stops you here. We can't proceed because the law does not allow us to do 1, 2, 3. Or it is the arrogance that these community members, the families, and the victims are talking about. That's why I was asking the lady who responded first. Or are you saying these communities are casting aspersions on the department officials? I still repeat that. Are you saying they are casting aspersions? In simple terms, is that, are they misleading us? Are they saying something that is not correct, that is tainting your name in a bad way? Can you confirm that? Can you respond? Are they saying something that is not correct with a yes or no?
What I need to explain is the gap that I see when we talk about 1 day. DSD was not in the site of the disaster only 1 day. We were there, I think it was 3 weeks until the president came. It was a continuous service that we gave on a 24-hour basis, and it was continuous counseling that was done to the families and the victims who were in the site since the day and the first week and the second week and the third week. After the third week, when the whole community hall was closed, everyone went home with an action plan in terms of what is required by this family in terms of hospital, medical attention, and the other victims and families, they were burying their loved ones and they were referred to AVBOB. So there was a gap during that time where victims and the families were given a time to heal and also attend to the action plans which were led and supported by UDSD.
Thank you. Are you, 4 of you, are you from the regional office, provincial, or the national office?
I'm from the regional office.
Others?
Local office.
2 of us are from the regional office, and
Come again?
2 of us are from the regional office, and the two colleagues, supervisors, are from the local office.
I think there was an assistant from Honorable Madikizela, how you need the expectation of how you must respond to all these questions and the questions that were made by the victims. You may proceed with answering your questions, but don't put yourself where you are not supposed to be. Honorable Letlape, the response that I'm getting is that they were there on the site for 3 weeks until the president came. It meant after the president has left, they discontinued with the services. That's what they are saying. Maybe they don't understand themselves. She said, we were there for 3 weeks. She was responding to a question that I'm saying, are they casting aspersions? Then she explained there's a gap. We did not give the service 1 day. We were on the site for 3 weeks until the president came. So the minute president left, they discontinued the service. So it means maybe it's a legislation that says the minute the president comes in, you discontinue to assist. Or is that a directive from the president?
During the period that there were funerals and attention in terms of medical assistance that was required from the hospital, there was a period of about 2 weeks.
Can you assist each other?
There was a period of about
Wait,
2 weeks.
can you assist each other? I think you are not answering what I've just said. Simple now. You said you were on the site for 3 weeks. Is it correct?
Yes.
You must go to the mic and say correct. We are live. South Africans are watching.
Yes, that is correct.
Then after that, you left the site. Is it correct?
Yes, it was closed. It's correct.
Then you discontinued the services until today. Don't explain a lot. It's simple, yes or no.
I'm not sure if it's still good morning. Good morning to all protocols.
It's still morning. Morning to you too.
Okay. After that, the services were not discontinued. We have communicated with individual families, of which some of them declined the services, and then some of them we are short of an open door policy. Driven by the white paper on social work services, which is now talking about enhancing families and individuals and communities, we understood that the trauma that the families actually now experience, it's going to differ from individuals to individuals. So it will mean that it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all. Although some families decline the services at the present moment, there are actually families, the same families who will come to the office to say that they still need services, of which such families, there are PDs, there are files that are opened, which the social workers are currently working on them. I believe it's only 2 families that we are working with.
No, thank you very much, Department and Chair. I think what was asked to me is not yet answered. Yeah, so you said that you didn't make a follow-up to the victims that requested you to make a follow-up. Can I get the reason why you didn't make that follow-up? And when are you intending to do that? Is there anything that makes you not to make a follow-up? Because you said it to yourself that you didn't make a follow-up. Why? What was the reason behind that? And when are you intending to make follow-up to those victims, families, or survivors? Thank you, Chair.
Can you respond on that before I move again? Because we are opening.
When I mentioned the family, I mentioned one family who is number 2 in my list. And then this report was made in August, September, October, we are in November now. And then we realized that the supervisors and the staff were inundated with other crises at the office. They will be attended within this month.
Which August are you referring to? Because even August of last year.
August 2025 for this year. This report is August, when they were called, on the 16th of August.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think I'm going to take from Honorable Madikizela's direction. There's a few people who stood on the mic from the community side and said the Department of Social Development did not assist them. So if we can just start with Zweli Peterson, who stood and said the municipality did not help, the social development did not help with anything. If we can get a confirmation of who Zweli Peterson was representing and if indeed they got services from social development. Peterson, Zweli, which families were you representing? Huh? Sindiko. Sindelo. Do we have Sindelo there? Social development. Did we assist the family of Sindelo with any service from your office?
With the Sindelo family, we had 2 sessions with the mother of the deceased. And the third session, we couldn't have it because she was going back home to do, how do I call it, but umhlambabeki. She went back and then after that we didn't continue with the services. But the social worker assigned to the family is Mr. Nomandindi.
You are still giving them service?
According, the file is still open.
Okay, thank you. And then, Sbusiso Ngobese, you also said that the department was present, but after that they disappeared. Which families were you representing?
Tapelo David Maswani.
Do we have a family of Tapelo David Maswane? We don't have that name in the record. Okay, thank you very much. Chair, my last follow-up would be that, can you confirm to us that you've made contact with all the families of affected victims and survivors? All of them, as stated in reports? Or are there families that are missing and you have not made contact with them since the incident up until today?
Find them from the cell phone numbers, and then some we couldn't find from the addresses because they relocated, and some of them mentioned to us that they already got some job at the Plettenberg Bay, so they didn't really want services from us. But the one that is on the list is 29 families that were supposed to continue with services.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little bit worried that you are not answering the questions, but you are just responding, and it's worrying a little bit. When a person says that the file is still opened, just speak a language of a man on the street as to what does that mean, that the file is still open. Thank you.
When I say the file is still open, it means that the case is still active at our offices. But I am unable to confirm on the last date of the intervention. As I've mentioned, that the social worker that is assigned to the family is Mr. Nomandindi. I will go back and check exactly when was the last interaction with the family. But the file is not closed, and I believe that the services are still being rendered.
Okay, I understand that you've said that individual has gone somewhere. So in your knowledge, did they ever come back to this town, or they are still there? And also, since they've gone to that part of the country or wherever they are, did you make a follow-up and check if indeed they are still being assisted wherever they are? Or maybe have you had, okay, I understand you have somebody that has been assigned to that case, but now is that person, have you contacted maybe the social services office where this person has gone to. Thank you.
I will just respond on the few that I can remember out of my head. There was a referral to Plettenberg Bay because persons relocated to Plettenberg Bay. There was a referral to the DSD office. There was also a referral to Mossel Bay office because some other family members are coming from Mossel Bay, and also to NICE now.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to propose, Chair, looking at the time and seeing that the department is not really willing to give us the answers that we want from them. I just wanted to, because we still have other departments that we still need to question that the families complained about. I wanted to propose that we give this department a mandate of what we expect them to do and how to help these families, and give them a certain date that they should report back to us as Parliament, as the committee, just so we can move on to other departments, because really I'm not satisfied. I don't think any of us is satisfied with any of the questions that we've asked and the answers that they've given to us. Thank you, Chair.
No, Ukabazela read my mind. But maybe let me go further, Chair, to assist. Now, you have assisted 29 families out of how many? 62? Now, you have reasons why you couldn't assist others. I think that report must include all of those. Because I think what we need, one, all the number of victims or families that were affected in this. And then you state the number of those you assisted and why you only assisted them, because you have your reasons. And then, as Ukabazela suggested, and then tell us exactly what are you planning to do with the concerns and complaints that have been raised, so that we close the gap in terms of this assistance going forward. Because I think as this committee, we also need to verify this information that we are going to get in order to make sure that the victims really get the assistance that they need. Thank you, Chair.
I think it's just that you are unable to respond properly. I believe when you were told you were coming, you were supposed to have a comprehensive report. Whether you are here as a representative, you could not come with the entire team, staff that is in local, in region, but you are a one department. You consolidate one report. 2 weeks or 3 weeks back, we had a joint, and there was a report as well that speaks that you have assisted. Which report do you submit nationally for your minister to report in Parliament and your supervisors? Because to be honest, it can't be correct that you have not consolidated from last year till today. And we were told that there's a technical committee that sits, a joint, that is also led by SAPS. One of you, your superiors, report there. And when they report, it means they were fed by yourselves. So are you saying that the report that they are having is not what you have? I don't believe you don't have a report. You have it. You're just unable to respond properly, or maybe you are afraid. That's why I said, don't mix us with the ad hoc. Us, it's a fact-finding machine. We are not ad hoc, we are not a commission. With those that you have made referral, it cannot be an excuse. You are one department, you refer, you brief each other, you backdate the report. What we are getting, as I'll be releasing you, is that you only gave them services within that space, that the tragedy has just happened within a month or so, then you stopped. But we wanted you to explain properly what has stopped you. What are the challenges? Because these people, together with you, we are one government. And you are saying government is not doing its work. There is a notion, someone has just mentioned, I think two of them, they were bold to say the attitude, the arrogance of officials. And to be honest, it might not be you directly. It might be those that you are supervising. Me and you, we need to change that attitude. And mostly, that I think in most cases, you are comfortable with is that when they toy, they come to politicians. They don't come to you. The arrogancy that you are reflecting, when they toy, they go to a municipality because they are politicians. They don't come to your offices. When they want to toy to social development, they go to the MEC and the minister. Then you are fine with it. We thought you were going to rectify the issue of arrogancy, that they are saying it's there within your officials. And we are not putting that it's correct you have got arrogance. You are supposed to respond for yourselves. But you did not do that. At least those that who said no and those that who said yes. How did you continue? You did not provide. You were guided. Look, now they've questioned, there's one person, a family, that we are saying in your record that you are having now is not there. What must we say? Are we saying that person is lying? He's not talking. I'm not from here. I don't even know the victims, but there is a family member or there's a person who have been mentioned, you don't have a record in your system. What do you say about that? Is it incorrect, honorable members, that that member does not exist? Is it incorrect that that family is not a victim? Those are the questions that we're asking ourselves. So, there's one family member who was talking on behalf of the other. While we were asking, Honorable Letlape were asking, which family are you representing? I think Ukombe Uma. Ma, are you a mother to someone who has passed on? Can you come closer? And sorry to do that, because you did not raise your hand. Are you brave enough to talk?
No.
No, it's fine.
Engicakisayo ababantu aba yaxoka baza once 2 times endlini nami zange banikhanselisha ndahamba ndongcwaba umntana wami ndabuya ngendlela bebe street angakhona ababantu ba street ulunya eholweni ba street ulukulunya uwazi lo sisi lona ayingafuni abantwana bami bangene base kumbazonibona bathi outside. Deswaya jump eqala kwipiske yakwasindelo ayiphendule ndiva kabuhlungu ibhlungu beza 2 times uzonikhanselisha bathumela umuntu ongutata wasintoni ufunqula umntana umuntu ongutata osuthwini kafunqula ngatata bekusuppose abanithumela umuntu ongumama awusothetha nami kakuhle afile la pain ndifilayo la tata wangena nje endlini nami wathi mama umntana nami uyamazi unyana wakho wabugqibile wabencokela ezinye izinto akabuza iplans zomntana wakho bizintoni yonke lonto leyo was just 2 times last year sizange ndiphinde ndimbona baxoka babantu aba.
No, siyabonga.
bathatha inamba zabantu abathile bebefonela besithi bazobanikeza impahla bafuna isize ziphi ezo zinto nofika kwaminister ezosibona bathi bafuna inamba zethu wasinalo mama bathatha bonke inamba zethu bathi bazosifonela basasifonela till today zange ndifumane call yabo both ke mna babe sithi ndithetha too much andazi abanye noba babafonela nakwabo bezompahla bafonela abantu abathile besithi mabazise size endendlini kunjani bangazange bokuye ezindlu zabo kweyam indlu banaba abayazi nendlu yami injani phakathi abandazi noba ndileli njani umfazi endimsebenzelayo ndisebenza ekitshini mna wabafonela wambuza bayobeza kuwe ndithi zange beze wathatha inamba wabafonela bathi bazothumela umuntu zange bathumela umuntu ababantu aba bebonke nje.
Siyabulela mama.
Enkosi.
We can allow you to take your seat. I think, I don't know why it took us 2 hours, if not 3 hours, to get where we are now. There's one colleague, one of the officials that stood here and said there's arrogance in the departments. And she spoke because she was speaking about her own colleagues. And the reason why we asked you that you must be specific on what is it that you offered to these families, it was deliberate. Because you cannot treat individuals in a trauma that they are experiencing in a blanket approach. And Chair mentioned it when we started that we're on a fact-finding mission. We're not trying to see who did what, who did not do what. We want to know if the victims received the necessary support that they received. Losing a loved one is not an easy thing. And dealing with the after effects of losing someone will also be different. So before Chair got off her chair, she said she's going to release you. And I think I am going to release you as well. We found what we wanted. And I think after here, we're going to sit as a committee and deliberate on some of the details that we picked up from here. It does not limit us to continue having conversations with the families and their experiences with the different departments. I think I see a hand of Honorable Kobe.
Thank you very much, Chair. I take your ruling that we must let them go. But I must say that before we let them go, it must be on record that the officials of the Department of Social Development lied to Parliament. You misled Parliament and brought half-truths here. If not half-truths, you brought a complete distortion of facts. You lied about these people, and these people came here and told us and even pointed out an individual of how you treated them. They are paying taxes. They have been through a horrid and traumatic event. And the officials come here and give us glossy answers that don't speak to them. In fact, they lied to us. So, Chair, I would like that when we do go back to Parliament, and maybe this should guide furthermore the officials that are going to stand on this podium if they are going to lie to Parliament. It's fine if you are sitting in your offices and you think you are lying to the individuals because you think no one will see you. Here we are playing oversight and we are playing account. You must account to us. You lied to Parliament, and you will, for that, I think as a committee we must write to the Department of Social Development. That must be said. We must send a very strong message that the victims who died here are not alone. When we as Parliament, we come here and we say Parliament must interface with the people, they must find solutions. And we cannot you cannot continue to lie to us. Chair, with your permission, these people must account as to why they lied and misled Parliament. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I don't want us to go back to where we have started. It is clear now the direction has been given as to where to from here. But I just want to say this and put it on record that today we are seeing, what we are seeing here today, it's basically a symptom of a bigger problem in social services. What you good people there are experiencing, it's not only here, it is a problem across the country where social services are not really up to the task as they are expected to. So really, it is a sad reality that as a committee today, we are finding what we have found. And it is not unique, as I've explained, to this town. It is a problem that we are experiencing, South Africans are experiencing across the country, where social workers are not really, like I said, up to the task. They're not doing what they're expected to do. I thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think one must seriously raise a concern the way the department is responding. The questions that we ask, they were not responded to. We must say it. But I must thank Mama for coming forward and talk in front of them. Because what you are doing, it's not correct. Don't play with people's feelings. The situation that they are in now and the experience that they are having for losing their loved ones, it's very much painful. It will be not correct that you promise them and after that you don't fulfill your promise. It's not right. That's not the way that we must work. Chair, I think you are quite correct. There's no need for us to continue with social development now. As we have indicated, we support that. We must go back and discuss or deliberate on what have they done. But before that, the chair requested that they must finish us with a detailed report. We still expect that. But what you are doing, we must tell you in front of the members of the community that it's not right. You cannot treat people so badly on the situation that they are in. It's not correct. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, members. You know, the sad part is that the treatment that these community members are receiving from social development is what is happening across the country with social development. Exactly the same. And we're not going to allow social development to respond to anything that the community further said, because we gave you more than 2 hours of time to give us what is it that you have done in terms of giving services to these victims and to these families, and you have not been able to do that. So I want, on behalf of the chair, to apologize to the families of the victims, to the survivors, for the treatment that you got from social development. You did not deserve it. South African or not, no one deserves to be treated like an animal and not like a human being only because someone thinks they are above the law. And that is the treatment that they received. The fact that you are in social development gives you an opportunity to be as humane as possible, because you then have to deal with human beings on a daily basis who maybe sometimes will not be thinking properly in a logical manner because of the different experiences that they will have. So we are not, Chair, going to allow social development to continue giving us responses. You failed to do that, and there's absolutely nothing that you're going to tell us. We are where we are because you failed to give us the responses. What you will give us is a list of all family members that you rendered services to. And we will, on our side, follow up and investigate if indeed you were in contact with them, and we will then have our own report that we submit as we give a report that Honorable Kobe said that we must also table in Parliament on whether or not you lied to Parliament, whether or not you misled Parliament, and whether or not you indeed did what you were supposed to do as a department. So we're going to let you go. We're going to allow Labour to now come and give us responses. There were questions, there were concerns that they were tabled when community members came. If you need to give an answer of a yes or no, give us an answer of yes or no. Don't elaborate and tell us stories. We are here to find out what happened, whether we were able to assist as government, and if there are gaps, we need to know what are those gaps and how to fill them to ensure that if we find ourselves in an incident like this, How do we move forward and how do we ensure that we handle the situation? We're not here to cover up. We don't want to know who did best where. We want to know if our people receive services, if our people will be protected in times of need, and if government will be proactive in ensuring that our people are serviced. So can we allow Labour to come? Thank you very much, Social Development. You do not have any other minute.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members once again. I hope I'm audible. I've already introduced myself, but I think if the Chairperson can allow us just to sketch a background on the processing of the claims in totality. And then I'll ask the technocrats to deal with the individuals as they were questioned. So, there were 68 claims received by the compensation fund. And 5 was received by FEM, and FEM will respond on the 5. Now, if one look at, and when I explain this, one needs to understand where the delays and the frustrations would lay. Of those, 28 were fatal claims, and 40 was what we call IOD, in other words, injury on duty.
Just let me just pause you. Can I ask that your colleagues just take their seats in the middle seats?
Okay.
And as and when they need to come up, they will stand up. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair.
And if you can just try to move closer to the mic so you are audible and repeat the figures.
Okay. So, the starting point is the 68 that was received by the compensation fund. And of that, I then gave the breakdown because there's another 5 that comes from FEM, which does not form part of the compensation fund as individuals, and FEM will be here to respond to those 5. When we then break down that 68, we find 28 fatal claims and 40 injury on duty claims. In other words, people that got injured while they were on site. Now, the next point I want to raise is very important. I want to do a breakdown of citizenship of the 68 so that one can then understand when we engage where the delays could be. Of the 68, 15 were South Africans and 53 were foreign nationals. I wouldn't want to break down the national areas unless the committee would want me to, but I don't think that's important. Now, these foreign nationals were mostly employed by 3 employers, which were subcontractors. And I wouldn't want to name their name as well. So what we have done was we created databases on both the UIF and the compensation fund. And so the list is there, and when the technocrats discussed, they will give you feedback on each one as they were mentioned during the questioning. The most important thing that the biggest frustration, Chairperson, that we had is, of course, the illegality of the foreign nationals. So the compensation fund has taken a decision that if you cannot prove you are legal in South Africa, there's a problem. So when we wanted to process claims and you bring forward a proof of identity, remember there's no ID. So the only other option you would have is a valid work permit or passport. And those were the classical areas when we respond on the individuals where the problem was. We've accepted liability on quite a number of them. In other words, we have processed them. We've also paid medical invoices to the hospitals that treated them, because that's separate from the individuals. 17 medical invoices have been paid. 5 claims have been approved with what we call temporary total disability. In other words, you've lost a certain part of your body. And 1 claim has been fully finalized. Now, when we then look at the employers, the biggest problem that you had here on this site, because I form part of the inspectorate, was we could not trace any register of who was on site that particular day. We relied on statements from people. And this is one of the things, yesterday you saw a picture, there was a container on site. That container disappeared and all the documents was inside. So we then had to find out what the numbers were. And what we now see is we have the whole list of the numbers is registered. We have the database. If the committee can allow us, we will then print it and give it to you with the status of each one of them. And that's why I'm going to ask the manager, because the processing takes place in George. It doesn't take place anywhere else. So it's under the leadership of Mr. Nyakaza. So he'll take the floor and explain the process, and then we'll have the technocrats to explain exactly where we are with those claims. Thank you, Chair.
Is that FEM? No. Oh, okay, is it still you? Okay.
The regional manager.
All right.
And let me take the opportunity also to greet. It's afternoon. Good day, honorable members and the committee members at large. Thank you. As Mr. Isu has just explained now, there were challenges during the whole process of getting the claims come across. We went as far as at the time of the incident, the office had to be there with the occupational health and safety inspectors on site. We had to bring all the services on board on the day in question. I'm talking now unemployment insurance fund. I'm talking now compensation fund. I think on day one from the very onset, when we met some of the families, we explained some of the criteria that is needed in terms of our legislations and in terms of our standard operating guides. The standard operating guides and legislations are the ones that way, if oversights need to be taken, that is in terms of Auditor General, that is going to be looked into. So we need to follow all those processes to the T. So, in order we encouraged most of the family members and those that were injured to come forward and register. While we were there, we had tables to try and assist everyone. And then immediately after that, because some of the family members are not from only George, they are from Mossel Bay, George, Platt, Neisner. We had some form of a tour to just invite them, even here in Thembalethu. We were here in Thembalethu, but the attendance was rather poor, let me just say, because as much as in Platt the same, Neisner the same, and then within the office itself, I think, well, we were busy with our inspectorate, they were busy with investigations. We would go as far as some of the members transport them into the office and take them back. So while they are there, we'll try and say, how can we assist you with some of the claims that we need to assist with? The explanation will be given where there's outstanding document in terms of the documents I've mentioned, that is now the legislation and the standard operating guides. However, some of the issues we're unable to get them, and some of the family members were unable to come forward. I think with UIF, we only received so far, I'm talking under correction, 12 claims. It's only 12 claims, but Ms. Mtsali is going to deliberate which claims were there and how much was paid out. With compensation fund, I think Ms. Pamodi is going to explain to you for, I think, the family of Sihle, there is information that you're going to get where some of the issues are explained in the spreadsheet that we're going to share with you. From time to time, the spreadsheet is being updated and we will share the information with the province. I think I want to end there now.
And we will ask the technocrats to respond on those matters.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and everybody here. I'm going to answer from the compensation fund. Can you hear me now? Okay. I'll be answering more on the compensation fund. For the compensation fund, I just want to mention that we are guided by the standard processing, the standard operating procedures. So as much as a person is a foreigner, we're not going to reject you, or even if you are South African. So I'm not sure of those people that were rejected because we work with everybody, which I have. Some of the victims, they know me here and the families. So I just want to mention that a gentleman mentioned the opening of a bank account. I think it's Matthew. The bank account that he submitted to the office, it was mentioned that it was a business account. So with our processes, we need your personal account, not a business. And then the one that you were questioned about, fraudulent, I really, on my side, I'll look into that because we cannot, when you submit your documents and then we discriminate and say because you are a foreigner, because everybody is the same, whether you're a foreigner or you're South Africans. So the treatment, I'm not really sure from the side that he received. Was it from the compensation or was it from the other units also? And then Mr. Gumba mentioned that he went to our offices. Unfortunately, with the compensation fund, we work with what the doctor is stating. So if the doctor will give us a progress or a final to state, your condition has been stabilized and you are fine, you are fit to continue working, then what we do, we work with that documents because we're not doctors. The doctor is the one that you went yourself, you were examined. But if in a case whereby the employee is still in pain, then there is a document, we give them a reopening. So Mr. Gumba, I would love to meet and then we can just have a discussion. And also for the counseling, we do, if your claim is still open, you are covered for you to go to a psychiatrist or a psychology to get a counseling. The one for Sihle's family, I have been in communication with the Abongile from the municipality about the mother. Unfortunately, with Abongile, the mother has been in our offices, but the benefit that we're supposed to pay, it was paid by the father. So the last time she came in the office, she said she's gonna leave everything, it's fine. That is the communication that I received, and because we need the person that paid for the burial, we are supposed to compensate the person. But unfortunately, that is the information that she said, leave everything, it's fine, you can close the case, the claim. And Ki Me Matapelo, Makatleho, sorry. With the case of the widow Me Makatleho, the husband is coming from Lesotho and he did not have a passport. So with our standard procedures, we need a passport for us to even register the claim, or a passport or an identity document. So in a case whereby we don't have any passport or an identity document, we cannot proceed. There was a letter from the chief from Lesotho that mentioned that he lost his ID. I think the document was years back. So unfortunately, with our side, we cannot register the claim if we don't have correct documentation. So that is where we are with the, I think, I'm not sure if I've mentioned, no longer. Mama. Yes, you have been, Mama has been in our offices for the partial dependency and then for the burial expenses, which they are busy now processing the payments. Yeah, I think.
Okay, we'll have follow-up questions when we're done. We just want to give you an opportunity to give the responses so that we don't ask what you are about to respond to.
Okay.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair, with your permission, can we then ask FEM to respond to the 5 matters?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. FEM is dealing with 4 lives. We've settled 2 of those claims. The ones that have not been settled is Tangalimotsi, which is a Malawian citizen where we've paid the funeral benefit, but we are still looking for the authenticity, legality of the marriage certificate. And the other one is Klaas, where the documentation is incomplete currently for the signing of the bank form as well as proof of dependency. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes our presentation.
Okay, can we just get an indication? I think you said FEM has 5 claims. Can you just come back, sir? And it's Mr. Who? If you can just repeat that, the number of claims that you have processed. So it's 3 claims that have been processed and 2 are outstanding. Have we messed up the numbers?
Madam Chair, no, we've got 4 listed. 4 has been processed by FEM. The one is, the CF is still working on to identify.
Okay, 4 processed and 1 outstanding. Honorable members, before I open another round, that is the responses that we got from the Labor Department. If there are any clarity-seeking questions, follow-ups, you have an opportunity for that. Are we all fine? Honorable Mkiza, there was a question you wanted to pose.
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, I just wanted to ask, from all these claims, how long does it take to process each one of them? Because looking at the space or the number of years that have passed from the incident, it seems like the process is rather going too slow. So I just wanted to get clarification on that. I was hoping the manager would have said, how long does it take approximately, maybe for UIF or for compensation or, thank you.
Thanks. How long does the claim take to be finalized? UIF Compensation Fund.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good
Good afternoon, Chairperson and other members of Parliament. I'm so short, so I'm sorry. All departments in the House and everyone, good afternoon. I'm Princess Mzali. I'm standing here to explain in terms of UIF how to qualify the time frame and the turnaround time. To qualify, you need these documents for Unemployment Insurance Fund. You need your ID, South African barcoded ID, and foreign nationals, you need your 13 barcoded passport or your foreign ID. You can bring, if you're looking for asylum, you can bring.
Please speak to the mic, Mama. You don't have to look at any of them.
Even asylum seeker documents, we accept them. Turnaround time for Unemployment Insurance Benefit Fund, should you have all documents that are necessary, we accept your application, we capture it within 15 days, then we wait for payments for a month, it's 28 days. You're going to come and sign, you get your money. Should all your documents be submitted. But if you come to us and you don't have necessary documents, we give you a checklist. The checklist, it will help you because our turnaround time for application is 12 months for Unemployment Insurance Benefit Fund and for 6 months for illness. If you come, you go and collect your documents that are outstanding, then the checklist will help you when you come after time. For instance, now we're still waiting for people without, who didn't give us full information. But we are so sure that when they come back, we're going to pay them because we gave them a checklist document where we marked and said how, what documents are outstanding. So that is the qualification of UIF.
Through you, Chair. So how many have been finalized for UIF? How many families have been paid?
From the starting of the process, we were told that we need to help 62 clients. But unfortunately, clients that we could manage to register, there were 12. Out of 12, we paid only 5 because all of them, they produced and they submitted quality documents. The 7, they are still pending on our system because they are collecting the source documents we're looking for. For foreigners, we need banking details. Unfortunately, where they work, according to the report we received, where they worked, they were given money on hand. They don't have pay slips, they don't have banking details. And for foreign nationals, when you process the claim, you need a bank statement, 3 months bank statement, the last 3 month bank statement, in order to do e-verification. They don't have. And the banks that they are giving us, they are banks from the business, and there is the bank, maybe it's a bank from your sister.
Are we fine? Honorable Madikizela.
No, thank you. In fact, Chair, I must start by acknowledging the manner in which you've answered the questions. So, the fact that you might not be happy with the answers is another matter altogether. But thank you very much because you've answered the questions that we asked you. You were direct, and thank you very much for that. And Chair, I don't want us to drag these officials to the issues of legislations that are not empowered to deal with. Because all these challenges that they are talking about have nothing to do with them, because they execute what we tell them to execute as legislators. So these gaps are our problems, and therefore they are not yours. And I think, but one question that I have, I mean, if you have 15 South Africans, obviously you shouldn't have a problem then with 15 South Africans. And why do you still deal with 12? Why do you still have outstanding claims even from South Africans? I mean, are the South Africans who do not have IDs or who do not meet the requirements in terms of the SOP that you explained? Because surely, I mean, those 15 South Africans should have been assisted by now. And in areas where there are shortcomings, are you assisting them? Because it's one thing for you to wait for them to bring the information, but are you assisting them so that they can really comply with the requirements? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Our challenge lies on death benefit. People doesn't have all the necessary documents to submit. But the 5 is ordinary and illness. Only 2 death benefit qualified. Most is death benefit. People will tell you that I don't have this document. And fortunately for them, UI-19 is the requirement to apply, because that's where you declare the employment history and to calculate credits. UI-19, we've managed to get the UI-19s from the employers. The problem now lies with applicants. They don't furnish us with the mandatory documents. And we've managed to go out and present everything to them. We visited where they stay. Most of the people were staying in Plettenberg Bay, especially the foreign nationals. They were in Plettenberg Bay. We managed to go to Neisner. We booked a hall and we invited everyone. And we went to Plettenberg Bay. We did a presentation there. And we said, should they have those documents, they can go to the nearer office. Like if you're staying in Neisner, they can go to Neisner. There's no need for them to go to George. But unfortunately, most of affected members here are foreign nationals and they don't have documents.
Honorable Kobe.
Thank you, Chair. My question wasn't for compensation fund. I think my question is more directed to FAM. We note in one of the reports that the beneficiaries have also received food hampers through you, and I'm not sure that there are also public donations to the tune of 173,000. Not sure if that came through you, but would like maybe a bit of accountability and background with regards to that, which families received, and how did the distribution go from your channel? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I'm the Chief Financial Officer, so I just signed the checks. I don't have the detail of that, and I will have to come back to you on who exactly received. I do know that there were 3 sites where we've allocated the food hampers, but I will have to come back to you on the detail of how many families and how much it was.
Thank you. Since you signed the checks, how, to the tune of what amount?
For the food hampers.
Yes.
Also don't have the number.
So you didn't sign that check?
I didn't sign it. No, it was before my time. I actually started 1 October last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we could have a full detailed report.
Perfect.
Thank you.
We'll get that to you, Chair.
Right, thank you. Honorable Ngumalo.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, there is a case of Mkungebe over there where I asked him whether he has submitted all the documents, and he said yes, he did, but he hasn't received anything. So I want us to be specific now on that case in particular. Look, we are not in a fault-finding mission, but we are in a fact-finding mission. So I just want to get some clarity there, specifically on that case where Ngobese, I'm using his clan name, Ngebe Tinde. Yeah, so I just want, because he said he submitted all the documents and he has not been paid. So I just want to know from your side as to whether that is true or what is going on. Thank you. Sorry?
Yes, Busiso Ngobese. On behalf of Thapelo Muswane.
On behalf of Utapelo,
Yes.
I have mentioned that he doesn't have the correct passport. We don't have a passport, we don't have an identity document for him. So we are unable to proceed because our process is we need an identity, ID, identity document or a passport. So in his case from Lesotho, we only received the letter from the chief stating that he lost his passport. So unfortunately, we are unable to proceed because those are the very important documents that we need for us to proceed and register the claim.
Okay. Honorable Ngumalo?
Yes, it seems as if he's disputing that, so I don't know what is going on. Maybe through you, Chair, he can be given an opportunity to explain so that when we all go out of here, we will be on the same page. Because I believe the officials would love to answer correctly, but yeah. So I just want us, all of us, to be on the same page on this one. Thank you.
Okay, with
Through
the
you, Chair.
confirmation of yes or no, Busiso Ngobese, can you confirm if the person you were speaking about does not have a passport?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Ngumalo, are you done?
Yeah, no, I'm
Okay.
done. If he does not have the passport, then it seems as if that's where the problem lies.
Okay, no, that is fine. That's fine. Honorable Mahlangu?
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to check the first question. What is the responsibility of labor in an ordinary construction site? What do you do? Your duty. Number two, I want to ask, amongst all the people, the applications, there was a single foreigner that was paid, if possible, either compensation or whatsoever. Or all these foreign nationals that were on site do not have documents. But if there's any, is there anyone who was paid? Also, I did not understand properly in numbers. Just to simplify for me, if I did not capture. We had 48 people applied, we paid 2, what do I do? It was not paid. Just like that in numbers, even without explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. UIF?
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Chair, I stated earlier on the 49 registered claims. Of that 49, 33 has been accepted, and 13 were South Africans, and 20 were foreign nationals. No, those, in other words, the claims have been accepted. No, because currently that's why we will supply the database on what are the issues pertaining to that. But sometimes when the fund accepts liability, we need further information from the medical practitioners and all the others. But to us, the first winner is one, we accept liability. In other words, we accept that we will pay pending other documents. Okay, can I get? So in an ordinary world, Chairperson, the Department of Labor has 5 or 6 different pieces of legislation. The most important thing is conducting inspections on the site. There's a construction regulations that has been published, and that's the one that we follow when we do the occupational health and safety inspection. Followed with that is, you will normally file on a site subcontractors. They are separate entities, they are separate employers, and therefore they are also inspected. And in this case, what we found here was 4 of them were employing foreign nationals without documents. No, during the process. But they were also, before that, because we have conducted raids within the George area. And here's the problem. People are being charged and released the next day from the Department of Home Affairs. And that's the biggest challenge we had. In fact, Chairperson, we visited Neisner. After 3 weeks, we found the same employer arrested, busy on another site. Excuse me, sir? Yes, I was there from the beginning. Yes, we had an inspection before. But I think what was explained yesterday was the different stages you go, like the municipality explained. We received a notification of construction, but we go at stage 1. The subcontractors, as they come, as the progression of the site continues. And that's where the challenge is, that you're going to have to expect to go 5, 6, 7 times. Our mandate is so big that we can't go to one place 6, 7 times in 1 year. And that's the biggest challenge that we have, because there's a progression, and in this case, it was 5 floors. And by the time we came there was only 1 subcontractor, and they were fine. Okay.
So are you saying that when you receive a notice of construction,
Yes, ma'am.
you also receive a notice of how many subcontractors will be working on the site?
Yes, ma'am.
And you only go at stage 1?
Yes, ma'am.
And then all the other stages, who confirms on your side? No one goes and confirms and inspects anything?
Remember, there's an obligation on the client. He signs a 37-2 agreement in terms of the OS Act that he will comply with all those laws. And that's why I said the challenge with us is going there periodically, because we have so many workplaces to go to. And last week, or 2 weeks ago in the portfolio committee, we gave the stats of how many sites we visited immediately after that. It was in the region of 300. So that's how much work we have.
Does legislation force you to go and inspect each stage? That's what I want to know.
No, ma'am.
Are you forced by legislation to go and inspect each stage?
No, ma'am.
Does it say you must only go at stage 1?
Our standard procedure says once annually because of the numbers that we have.
It says you must go to the site once annually.
Yeah.
That's a serious legislation gap. You can't. You cannot.
Yeah. No,
Honorable Bath, are you fine? Are we all fine, members? Okay. All right. No, thank you very much. I just want to check, when you were responding, you said that there's victims and survivors that you were also transporting to the different areas to ensure that their claims are properly done. Can we just get an indication of how many received that service from you? How many needed to be transported to the different areas to ensure that their claims are processed?
Thank you, Chair. I will not have those numbers right now, but we did service because we wanted to take statements from them in terms of the investigation. But we used the opportunity also to inform them with regards to what's required in terms of our legislations in order for them to apply. But if that information is needed, we can still get it.
Okay, no, thanks. With regards to there's a member that you said when you checked for banking details, you found that the banking details that they provided was for a business account and you need a personal account for the claim. What have we done? What intervention was done and what options do they have?
Well,
Yeah.
Ma'am-
No, I think she can respond because she's the one for the compensation.
Okay. For the individual bank account, I would love to meet with him and see, because he said he's got the documents. And then I can verify and then get an update and see what, if we need to verify it or what is the way forward.
Okay. Is that the agreement? Where is the member? Do you have the details with you, the documents with you? Okay, so you've got personal banking details. Can you just now, as we're about to excuse the Labor Department and ask the municipality to come in, can the lady just assist you and just give us a confirmation of what details he has and what assistance are you or will you be able to give him? Thanks. I think if we are fine, we can allow the Labor Department to take off and go back to their seats. We'll allow the municipality to come and give us responses. We note that there are other family members who arrive late, and after the municipality has responded, we'll go back to the family members that still need to come and make their submissions. I think they said there's 4 more families that need to speak. We'll give you an opportunity to speak. Can we have the municipality to come and give responses? Yes?
Good day, Honourable Chair. With me is Warren, he's an official from the municipality, and he will give the reason of that 9 million and the liquidation, that question that was asked firstly. Thank you, Warren.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor, Honourable Chairperson and members. I would just like to respond to the question. The municipality issued an invoice to the owner at that time. The municipality issued an invoice to the owner at that time, Neo Volenti, to the tune of 9-point-something million rand. That was on the 17th of December 2024. Subsequently, we received a communication from the liquidator that they seek the municipality to issue them with a clearance certificate in terms of Section 118. So in essence, they request the outstanding municipal rates and taxes at that time. So we learned at that stage that we received now a letter from a liquidator. What's the process now? We dealt with the company. He then informed us that they successfully approached the Gauteng High Court in Pretoria. They issued a liquidation application there. The only parties to that application was one of the shareholders. They held 60% within the company. And they successfully requested the court to issue a liquidation application and obtain a liquidation order. Strange to us, Chairperson, is within the papers of the liquidation application, reference is made to the municipality's outstanding amount and the invoice that was issued to the owner of the property. Strange enough, the court didn't add or cite us as a respondent to respond to that, and the court just issued a final wind-up order without obtaining the view of the municipality or requesting the municipality to file at least their claim or a supplementary affidavit to the application. At the end of the day, the company was wound up and the municipality now don't have any claim because the company is now liquidated. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Matikizela, you fine?
Just for clarity, because this question I think was asked by Uzweli, ne? Uzweli, are you clear with the explanation? So in other words, I need to get clarity so that all of us can understand. So you are saying the reason why you can no longer pursue the company, it's because the company has been liquidated, and therefore you will not recoup the money from the company if it's no longer there.
The company is no longer the honorable member,
Okay.
so you can't go after the company because it's dormant now as we speak.
Okay. Have you made attempts to go after the directors of the company?
Chair, technically it's a company, as you will know. The directors is within the company, so you can't. There's no legal obligation between the municipality and the directors, but to the company itself. So the company is now liquidated. You can't go after the directors at this stage.
Okay. I just wanted that clarity for Zweli as well. Okay, thank you.
No, that's fine. Honorable Kobe?
Thank you very much. I think I also need to assist in terms of, so you say that the company is liquidated and therefore you will be unable to recoup your funds.
Honorable Speaker, yes, that's what I said.
Okay, but that is a half-truth. It's not correct. It's not entirely correct. See, when a company is sequestrated or liquidated, what happens is that the administrator then can take the funds that are there and gives it off to whoever the creditors are of the company, which the municipality happens to be one of the creditors. So it's untrue that a company that is dormant or liquidated cannot, in fact, repay its creditors. So you need to tell us if that process has been followed entirely to a point where they have exhausted the list of creditors and therefore the municipality could not get because there were other creditors of priority.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Chair. If I can just respond. The only property and value to the company is the specific site in Victoria Street. That's the only asset of the company. The municipal valuation of that asset is 900,000 rand. That's the municipal asset for the vacant property as it is. With the municipality is not the only institution that would like to institute proceedings against the company. There's also Standard Bank, and just to give you the exact figures, Standard Bank, there's also a claim from Standard Bank for 30 million and something. And the applicant who's a shareholder, his claim is 8.5 million rand. So yes, there is an asset, that's the property there in Victoria Road, which the municipality valued at 900,000 rand. So that's the only asset. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, can I follow up? Okay, so that's the only asset that the municipality then has, right?
The company.
The company. But the municipality in this instance has, with the rescue mission that it has undertaken, has actually incurred costs of 8 million. Is this correct?
That's correct. Cost to the tune of 9.2 million. If I can just give you the exact figure, Speaker. The claim is 9.2 million, which include, if you mind, can I read you the items that we
Yes,
listed?
please.
It's the hiring, hire charges, hiring of trucks for rubble removal. That is 5.1 million. Employee assistance, trauma counseling and debriefing, that's 51,000 rand. Fire services, material and supplies, backfilling of site with gravel, that is 71,000 rand. Overtime work for fire services staff, work performed from the 6th until the 17th of May, that's 250,000. Replacement of equipment, unrepairable jaws of lives, that's 672,000 rand. Vehicle costs, vehicle running costs, service costs and repairs to certain vehicles, that's 131,000. Civil engineer infrastructure repairs, material removal from the site, safeguard of the site, that's 2 million. Community safety, traffic, land invasion, law enforcement overtime, that is 950,000. Except this, Speaker, there's also the municipal rates and taxes account, which the municipality are entitled for the last 2 years in terms of Section 118 of the Systems Act. So hopefully we as a municipality will recoup that once the liquidator wants to transfer the property.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I'm fine with that. So you are saying that the evaluation that was completed from the liquidator is that this company only has 900,000 to its name?
In the asset, yeah, in the property.
In the asset register?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Honorable Mkize, are you fine? All right. Are we okay this side? I think what you must also just state is that in as much as the company is liquidated, and that's where Honorable Kobe was going, that you can still pursue it and you still have time to do that. And why we're saying that is that the municipality cannot just sit back and say they're not going to pursue a claim because there's a creditor that has more money that is going to be prioritized. So for the benefit of the municipality and the amount of monies that you have used, there is still time for you to pursue. In case you are able to get anything from the developer themselves or the company itself. But I think it's a conversation of the municipality and your legal department to see how best it will benefit the municipality and its checks. Mayor, do you have anything else to say? Just before you go off, Chair.
Still on that point, Co-Chair, I think mine, it's not a question, but is to make a comment. And that comment will never sit well with you. It's up to you and your corporate section. Yesterday you mentioned that you had 2 external legal advices about the matter. Is it correct?
Yes, we appointed an instructing attorney.
And they are the ones who advised you not to pursue further?
That's we got, just to explain to you, we do have an instructing attorney. We have the advocate that provided the opinion that we attached to the letter addressed to this committee. And then our instructing attorney also obtained the view of a liquidation expert. So that might be the second attorney that assisted us on the liquidation aspect.
So what we want you to clear, so that we must not go out with a notion that says maybe you are biased towards the developer. You are just leaving the developer not to compensate back the municipality. What you are saying is that with the advice that you got, it will be a fruitless expenditure for you to pursue because likelihood or what you are seeing, you will never be refunded. Is it what you are saying?
That's also the legal advice we obtained, Chair.
So it's not the issue that you are conniving with the developer?
Most definitely not legal services and the municipality. We can show you letters. We did issue letter of demands to the company with no response.
But why am I questioning you in this way? It's because when you start yourself and the presentation that we received yesterday, it says, in the interest that Standard Bank is the first priority to be compensated back. Therefore, we are taking a step back. I don't know whether there is an entity that already has said Standard Bank will be given priority, or you are just assuming. Is there a report that says whatever the loss is, but it's only Standard Bank that, Madikizela? It's only Standard Bank that will be given priority. Then that automatically tells you that if Standard Bank is going to be given priority, it's a done deal. It automatically tells you that you are not. Are you saying that?
I confirm that, Chair.
Oh, it's a report that says priority will be Standard Bank.
Because Standard Bank registered a bond over that specific property, they will have a preference claim to that property, Chair. And like I said, it's only to the value of 900,000 rand versus their 30 million claim. So even they will incur, more, like you said, more cost to chase a property to the value of 900,000 rand.
Is there a written report that says Standard Bank is a priority?
Chair, I don't have a written report in my position, but I can instruct our attorney to get a view from the...
Is there a report, not is it in your hands? Is there a report that you are aware of that says Standard Bank will be given a priority? It's number one, do or die. Standard Bank are the ones who are going to receive money first, then if there's a remainder, other entities are going to receive.
Chair, I don't have a report in my possession that says Standard Bank will be a preferred creditor, but it only makes sense in terms of law that they, as the company that issued a mortgage over that property, they will be first in line. But I will get instructions from our liquidation.
Then the municipality will be number what?
Like I said earlier, that it's the first claim of 8 million rand and then the 9 million of the municipality. So in terms of the court papers that was filed in Gauteng, there's 3 creditors, Chair. The
municipality is number what? Standard Bank is number 1. Municipality is number.
There's three claimants, Chair. We would like the municipality to be the number 1, obviously, but there's no queue as to where the municipality stands in line.
I don't think you are answering what I'm asking. Municipality, you said Standard Bank is number 1. What is number 2, 3, 4, 5? And in that sequence, municipality is number what?
So in terms of the rates and taxes, whenever transfer will take place, the municipality will be entitled for the last 2 years rates and taxes. That's a given, because you can't transfer a property without getting a clearance certificate from the municipality. But as far as the cost that we incurred, the municipality is one of 3 claimants.
You want to assist me?
I think let's establish this. What the chair wants to know is that we know that Standard Bank is at 13 million, right?
Yes, Chair.
13 million.
Yes, sir.
The municipality is at how much?
9.2 million.
9.2 million.
Yeah.
And then the other one is how much? Because you said there's 3 of them.
It's 8.5 million.
So the municipality is number 2.
In terms of monetary value?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what the chair wanted to establish. Chair, are you okay?
So difficult.
Apologies for that, Chair.
Okay. No, if yes, Honorable Kobe.
Sorry. I think this is I think you may sit down. I think this is just for us a parting shot that It would, from the outside, I look as though the municipality is protecting the developer. Because at the end of the day, we need someone to take accountability. And if the municipality says it's not responsible, if the developer as well says they're not responsible, we want to know who. And if the municipality really wants to absolve itself and prove to the masses that we are together in this because we have also been duped by this developer, it must be proven in money. Institute that legal case for the sake of accountability. I think it's a matter of principle and not necessarily a matter of outcome. People are sitting here and they have really been victimized. And the municipality says, when we look at the cost-benefit analysis, well, we don't think we'll get anything, so we'll leave it. The developer will continue to develop in other places and continue the same thing, and we'll have a repeat of victims again in other places. So I think as a matter of principle, the municipality is showing us that they are not colluding in any way with the developer or absolving the developer of this wrongdoing. Because the final signature does come from the municipality. Don't make that mistake. You are the local authority and you've got the ability to take that man to task. Tiens, Kruger, or Kreyer, however you pronounce that name, that developer must be taken to task, and the municipality to set the tone and to really tell us that they are in no way responsible. The buck must stop with the developer. I think you must continue with that case. I think as a matter of principle, people just need that, I think, for closure. Thanks, Chair.
No, we agree with that, and I think we agreed even in yesterday's briefing that because you've got 2-3 years to pursue, we're going to give the municipality that opportunity to still continue and consider it. Mayor, I did not ask you to sit down. We're still going to give you an opportunity to go back to council and deliberate, because we're of a view that even what was tabled in council to approve not to institute is not a true reflection of the options that you have as a municipality. So we will need that report back from council. You tell us what deliberations you had in council and what legal advice you got outside of what you have just tabled in council, and the options that you have as a municipality with the interests of the people and not just of the municipality. So, Mayor, there had been comments from the side of the community. We're going to ask you to also make a submission.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The only submissions I heard from the community was the one regarding the case.
What interventions has the municipality outside of the rescue team have you given to the victims and the families since the incident happened?
I will ask my municipal manager to present a presentation to you. Sorry, ma'am, as you know, I'm the politician and not the administrator.
You are a mayor, you speak on behalf of the municipality. So what the administrators do at a political level, you speak on behalf of the municipality. What interventions has the municipality given to the families and to the victims from the incident up until now?
What I can elaborate on is there was a funding that we did from the municipality side. It was 173,000 rand that was collected from residents, and that was paid over to FAMSA, and FAMSA distributed that money within their system.
And that's all?
That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable members, we had a request to allow 4 more families to speak because they arrived late due to the fact that they were given a wrong venue of this public hearing. If we can get an indication from the coordinator for the 4 family members to be given an opportunity to make a presentation or submission to the House. if you still want to make those submissions. I'm sure you've noted the procedure. You come to the mic, state your name. If you are not the victim, you may also state which family you are representing and you make your submission.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Blessed Gere. I am here representing about 8 families. I'm the Zimbabwean community chairperson here in George. So I represent the Zimbabwean community that stays here in George. So during the disaster until to date, I'm still officially representing all the Zimbabwean families that lost their families and those who are victimized. So I'm going to talk, I think from Zimbabwe we lost 5 people from Zimbabwe that lost their lives, and there were a total of 12 that were there on the day, of which 1...
Just hold on. What's happening at the back there? If there's no any other member who wants to speak, we only allowed for 4. There's only 4 that was requested to speak. Can we have everyone seated? We are already proceeding. Yes, sir.
So I'm going to, the one of the victims, a family is here, so it's going to speak on behalf of that one. But I also add flesh to that. But so far I'm going to speak on behalf of others who are not here, because some have already relocated, some have gone to Joburg, because one of, like Henry Moyo, he lost his leg, so he could not continue staying here because of monetary issues. He was also chased from work by the employer soon after the disaster. So he's now back in Tembisa, but we are arranging that in December he's going back to Zimbabwe for good. But on the team that we are representing, all of them, there was no one who was here in South Africa illegally. All of them, they had passports, and it's unfortunate that most of them, they did not have work permits, except for one who is going to be represented by my sister who is here. We had a work permit and all the documents were up to date, but most of them, they were having passports, not having work permits. So the challenges that we got initially is from the Department of Social Development. Most of them during the disaster, they got assistance in terms of counseling. Then after that, no one got a follow-up until to date. And especially the Henry Moyo that I mentioned, he was staying in Plettenberg Bay, and now he's in Joburg in Tembisa. No one has made a follow-up on him. And also on the Department of Labor. I went to the Department of Labor together with all these people, and since most of them, they did not have work permits, we were told that they don't qualify for UIF, and we had to go. And also the other challenge that we had is because also the employer was paying them hard cash, so some of them did not have bank accounts, so we had to go. And also on the other compensations, they were told they must go and make bank accounts, of which the contradiction was the Department of Labor accepts passports, accepts IDs from foreign nationals, but they don't accept, the banks, they don't give bank accounts to someone without a permit. So if you go approach the bank, they don't allow you to open a bank account without a permit. But at the same time, the Department of Labor, they want that bank account, which you cannot get without a permit. So there is a banking facility called SASFIM that is banking with Mukuru and Paisa. So our people had to open bank accounts through Mukuru and Paisa, but still they were not accepted to be given compensation. So as we speak, no one from Zimbabwe so far had got compensation from the Department of Labor or even UIF, though they all have passports, and also though now they all have the Mukuru banking accounts. So that is the challenge that we got, and they all got some incentives. I don't know if we call it incentives that came from the municipality through FAMSA just once, then soon after those days, and also the gift of the givers and other well-wishers, they gave some food hampers during that period. But after that, there is no formal organization that followed up. It was only soon after, during those time, that we got labor going to Plettenberg Bay, because most of our people, they were moved by the command they were working for to Plettenberg Bay, and they interviewed them. That's when we got these challenges. So those are most of the challenges that we got. And even during the disaster period, we were promised here that to say all the foreign nationals who passed on were going to be assisted by the government. They were going to be assisted to repatriate their bodies, and even AFBOB had to come up and say we are going to carry their bodies, of which no one came forth until we had to gather the Zimbabwean community that is here in George to raise funds to repatriate our people back home. So we had to contribute to make sure that these bodies were helped, and also the Zimbabwean consulate in Cape Town had to chip in and also repatriate 2 more bodies to Zimbabwe during that process. So these are the challenges that we got, and so far as we speak, no one knows where these people are, because no one has ever followed up all these people, and as scattered as they are only reporting to us and to the volunteers. So these are the challenges that we are getting, and everyone else, especially the deceased families, they are in Zimbabwe. One of them, Phineas Ndlovu, who is deceased, the wife is staying back in the village in Zimbabwe. She cannot come here to claim for her husband who passed on, and he was a father and a breadwinner. And there is no way. Now we are trying to say, let's send mandate letters. A mandate letter was sent to the sister, to the niece who is in Joburg, but still also they don't want to include her into the line of compensation, because Phineas Ndlovu did not have a bank account. But now the one who have organized mandates to say is the official representative of the family can't get the compensation. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there any hand from the members? Follow-up questions?
Blessing.
Yes, Chair.
Uri blessing or blessed?
Blessed.
Blessed. Mamkase.
Tamuka Mamkase.
Ndiri right. Unfortunately, blessing. Ndingetauri newe. Ngoba 11 official languages azivumi.
All right.
I can see Mtombeni is looking at me. Mtombeni, I'm from Musina, which is 13 km away from Zimbabwe. So I could speak his language. It's unfortunately because we are in an official gathering that 11 official languages does not include the language that he speaks. I wanted to check with you. You spoke how many, you are saying you are representing how many? 8, which 5 are the ones who lost their lives?
All in all, there were 12, of which 1 has not been found until date.
Oh.
Because we have 1 missing that was not recorded by the forensic, because the forensic were only recording those who went through the hospital. So this guy was in the 2nd floor on the day of the disaster with witnesses who were with him 2 minutes before the building collapsed. And we've reported this to all the departments that were relevant. I even went to the forensic, to Mr. Floyd, who was heading the forensic during the joke. And I also reported this to the police. I'm sure also even the Department of Home Affairs, everyone who was there, they know. We have made noise to this, even to the media, to say we have one Zimbabwean who is still missing up to date. The family came from Zimbabwe to search for him, and they went to the social development, Department of Social Development. They received the family from Zimbabwe. We searched him in the mortuaries. We searched him everywhere. We never found him. We were told maybe he ran away. But it's more than a year now, going to 2 years. He has never been appeared to his wife. He has never appeared to his 3 children. He has never appeared to even to his girlfriend. Even he left his bag here where he was staying. He left his bag here where he was staying, which I had to organize the bag to send it home of his clothes where he was staying. His name is still missing up to date. It was Tonderai Magunei. He's still missing up to date from the disaster, and he was never recorded because they said because the forensic did not put him. And we cross-checked with all the bodies of those who deceased to verify, to check him. We did not recognize him. He was not seen there, but he's still missing up to date, and the family is still in trauma. There was no closure, and there's still no closure.
Urine photo yai.
We have the photo. We gave him to the police, the photo. We sent the photo all over to say this guy is still missing because he was taken a photo in that morning when on a Monday morning. He was having hair, so he went and shaved his hair that morning, and with a friend they took a photo that morning, and then he had to go to work. And the friend who was standing with him said they shared a drink. He was working on the what do you call this one? They were not the scaffold, the conveyor belt. He was working on the conveyor belt. So the friend was putting bricks here on the conveyor. He was receiving on the second floor. So when it fell, it was just 9 minutes after he started receiving the bricks. But up to date, he never appeared.
And you are saying the last person who have seen him confirms that he was there.
Exactly.
He was the receiver of whatever that was transported by a conveyor belt.
Yes. And it's unfortunate that the people that he was working with, I think there was a lady from Malawi and another guy from Mozambique, they were all now deceased. Those people were on the second floor on the day.
Amongst the list that you have mentioned, you said the other one has lost his or her leg. Is it true?
A leg, yes. Henry Moyo.
Urikupi?
Tembisa. Gauteng. It's Ekurhuleni or Gauteng, something like that.
And what's happening now with him?
There's nothing happening to him. The last time I was phoned by someone from labor, I think it was about 6-7 months ago, they said they want to go and see him in Tembisa. Their office in Joburg wants to visit him. But when we were here, I went outside to try to call his mother, and the mother said, no, these people, they never came and they never gave him anything. So we are trying to arrange to take him back home in December for good, because where he was working, the contractor that he was working for here during the disaster, they stopped him at work. They said, we can no longer keep you because you can't work anymore.
Urine valid passport?
Yes.
No work permit?
No work permit.
Coach, let me stop here.
Any hands? More questions? Okay, no, thank you. You can have a seat. We'll have the second person. You can go have a seat.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarvi Oruji. I am a member of the Baha'i community, and I was working here as a voluntary. I first started because they said that there are some Mozambicans in the site, and because I am a Brazilian, I can speak Portuguese with them. So I came to help with the translation for the Mozambicans. So I was there from the first day. And I start getting involved, you know, like even I never thought it would get in such a big scope, but I started getting involved with them, and then I start getting involved with all the Mozambicans that they're here, the two there, and I was in the clinic with them, and I start involving Mrs. Kershaw, that is from the Rotary. There is my husband, Victor Ruji, and where is Muriel? I can say that the four of us, we were the social workers in this whole thing, you know, besides also Blessed. We were the social workers. We were working with them. We were visiting them. We were taking them to the hospitals, to x-rays, to the clinics. Those two, you know, like Carmoni almost lost his hand because nobody was looking after his hand. I organized a meeting with a doctor, Dr. Patel, and he did a surgery on his hand. And he was losing, the other one was losing his leg. We have another, and then from the Mozambicans, so many people needed help. You know, when they say there was no need for help, I cannot believe on that. They were needing help. I was helping the Mozambicans because I could speak Portuguese. But then I was involved with Zimbabweans, I was involved with Malawians. They were all coming to me because they were saying, oh, you're helping, I heard your name, can you do this, this, this? There was a person that maybe Blessed forgot to mention. He is in Mossel Bay. I received a call from his brother. He passed away, he had a small child, and this child was orphaned because he didn't have a mother also. And his brother eventually, after all the hampers that we got, food hampers that we could give to him, and we could, you know, that was always donations from Rotary or a round table, we could just give it to them, and after a while he said, okay, I can't keep this son because I have other children also. And he sent this child that is an orphan to his mother in Malawi. So there were so many cases like this. And, you know, I'm sorry, I don't want to talk, but you ask us to talk the truth and because you want facts. So the fact is that we made a list. You can ask them, I have been accompanying them from then until now. I know maybe not all of them, but I know at least more than half of them. And we made details, address, telephone numbers, we have their claim numbers, we have even the things that they didn't, the documents they don't need it. And we gave the list to the DST. We went personally to DST and we met with them and we said, this person doesn't have a passport, for example. I was trying to get a passport for Elias because he lost his passport there. So eventually he had to go to Mozambique with the help of Rotary. He went to Mozambique and got his passport. So we told them his mother is living there and she was the only breadwinner of the family, and the mother is there. How do we get to get some kind of documentation or something to ask for a compensation or for some kind of help for the family? So we made this list and we gave the list to the DSD. So I don't know how the DSD says they don't have, you know, and they didn't know. They thought that, nobody asked for help. You know, we did that. So I'm just saying this for you to know that there are things that were done by private people that was actually the work that they should be doing. You know, I was like 5 days a week, I was in Thembalethu. I was here in Thembalethu. My child was even saying, Mom, where are you going? No, I'm going there. I have to take them to the doctor. I have to take them to the labor department. How many times I was in the meetings with labor department with them. And one thing that I have even tried to make meetings that I could explain them in Portuguese, why is the problem with the labor department? And I understand that the fact that there are certain documents that they don't have make it more difficult for them to get the compensation. And this is something that I wanted to talk with the Parliament also, because when the President came here to speak, I was at that meeting also, And he promised, he said, we are going to help everybody. He didn't say only the South Africans. He said everybody. So one of the problems I have been finding, besides IDs, you know, because Labour said they are missing IDs or something, but that's not the only problem, because a lot of them, they have IDs. The one problem is this bank account, because they say it has to be a South African bank account. And some of them, they have Mukuru, and they have other bank accounts, and these are not acceptable. They say, no, they have to have South African bank accounts. I have personally myself, my husband, we have gone to the banks, talked with them, we know them, we talked with them, they said no, they have to have a work permit to open a bank account. Otherwise, they have to have more than 3 months visa, but normally in their countries, they just give them 1 month's visa. So they can't open. So if they can't open a bank account, they can't receive the compensation. That is one of the documents that is missing. Or sometimes there is this mother that was living out of the food, like in the case of Matthew. Matthew is the cousin of Florence. Florence was the young girl that she died in that building. She was the only breadwinner of the family. So now Matthew is as a representative, but Florence was there, she died, and her mother has no kind of help. Every time that we got some, you know, that money that was donated to the municipality, and then municipality passed to DST, and then DST passed to FAMSA, FAMSA passed to DST, and then finally went to FAMSA, and then FAMSA distributed not all of the money, because some money was lost somehow, but some of the money was sent to them. So that money, we got it as a voucher, ShopRite voucher. So we went to them and we said, why did you give us a ShopRite voucher? Because they can't send it to their families in the country. And then they said, oh no, they have ShopRite voucher, they have ShopRite in their countries. So then we said, okay, but they live in the village. How much they have, like this poor old woman have to travel to go and get the food. So some of them, I paid cash, other people paid cash for them to be able to deposit the money for their families. So you see, nothing was working in their favor. You know, like even when there were the donations, like some of the donations, they were great, really, you know, and I know that they received hampers. They received on those first days, they received when the president came, and then I think once more you received the hamper from the insurance, is that right? That was in the church here in Thembalethu. Yeah, sorry. So yes, I told you the facts. I know, probably I forgot some because I get nervous talking in public, but the one thing that I wanted really to see, to ask if the Parliament could work together with the with the Labour to see how we can help them to receive the compensation in not only South African bank accounts, but in a bank account that they could afford to have. So this is one of my you know, like I'm asking for it.
Maybe for our best recordings, you were saying you are a private organization.
Yeah, we're a religious group, Baha'i Faith.
You are the ones who provided counseling.
Yes.
You are the one who were holding their hands all along.
Yeah.
Without cooperation of social development and labor. Is it what you are saying?
We had to, and I need to be very fair on that. There was one time DST organized a meeting with labor at the municipality. They organized a meeting with labor and with the Home Affairs and with some of the survivors, you know, some of them that they lost limb or something. So that was one meeting, and in that meeting, Labor Department gave the name, the number, the claim numbers to them to go for medical or for everything, and got some information from them. And then Home Affairs said, okay, whoever is here, we are going to send you to jail, and you know, if you don't have your documents. So it was very kind of scary after that. And then there was one time also that we had a meeting in one of these buildings here in Thembalethu, that DSD was there and got some, that I think it was that meeting that they mentioned, that they had 9 people or something. That was the meeting that they have. That was the only thing I saw from DSD. But that was a very limited number of people.
While you were assisting, have it ever crossed your mind to look for the developer?
Sorry?
Have it ever crossed your mind as an organization to approach the developer, the contract, and the subcontractor?
No, I have.
Why?
Not the contractor, because I don't know, I think there are few contractors. There were 2 big contractors, I think was Liatel and Boshover. But the only one I had a direct contact was one subcontractor. This subcontractor, he was a Mozambican himself, and he lost a son and a nephew in the building. And he had a lot of these Mozambicans, they were working for him. He was a subcontractor, I think from Liatel, I think. And his girlfriend also suffered there. But when we started getting the papers from him to pass it for the Labor Department, he had never applied for labor. You see, he has never filled up any documents, any paper. So then Labor Department had to ask them to register, because they were not even registered. So Liatel, that used them as a subcontractor, never registered them. So that's what I know.
You know, I think you are very relevant. You are assisting us here. It's not only about government. Government is dealing with what has been done wrong by the developer to start with. The contract, and I'm told there were 3. The subcontractors, again, and what you are saying as well, to South Africans, the subcontractor was a Mozambican. And all these people, with all the blames, and with all these hearings that were coming forth, they are nowhere to be found. And none of you has ever tried to make contact with them.
Yeah.
They did not even become part to try and contact the families. They did not even provide anything. And even yourself as a private organization, you are not looking for them. Are you having an effort after a year, not even trying to get hold of them?
Yes. First of all, I know that one of the contractors had like an insurance company that gave hampers to the workers, and then they distributed some food hampers. That I know. But
what is that company?
I think it was Liatel. Miriam, it was Liatel. The one that gave the hampers to the people. FAM.
That's the contract.
Was the insurance?
No. The contractor that has an insurance with FAM We want the name of the contractor.
Yes, that's what, you don't know which one was. I think was Liatel. I think I heard that was Liatel, but I could be wrong. It wasn't Liatel.
Food parcels.
Oh.
Sorry, Chair. The food parcels were sponsored by FEM and distributed by the group, but none of the contractors.
Why
From the contract.
FEM was distributing the food parcel? Why?
Why?
Why did they distribute the,
Out of compassion.
or not out of the insurance?
No, they did it simply out of compassion. They contacted us and they got hold of all 62 families, Chair, even the ones in Mossel Bay, Plattenberg Bay, and the ones in George. Each one got a food parcel.
No. Yeah, sorry about that. I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are they? Come to the podium. Did you donate out of compassion? Or you donated because it's an insurance with one of the contractors?
Chair, we donated out of compassion.
Oh, thank you.
We're an
You may
insurer
sit
for
down.
the construction industry.
Come again?
We're an insurer for the construction industry, and this happened.
It's not like the contractor was having an
No.
insurance with you? Okay. It must be clarified.
I apologize for that, Mr. That was what I thought it was. Yeah. But about
While you are standing there, Honorable Kobe,
yes. For your second question that you asked if we try to reach the contractors, Muriel.
can you wait for Honorable Kobe?
Yes. Sorry.
No, I just, Chair, she mentioned in her submission that there was money that was given, and the money then moved around a lot. So the money moved from the municipality to DSD, from DSD back to you, or
Municipality and
how-
then FAMSA.
Okay, do you have an idea of how much this money was initially?
It was 173,000, something like that, yeah.
And then when it eventually got out to you, how much was it?
It was missing something between 16 to 18,000 rand. And then they said that was like the expenses.
Okay. Assistants, get us.
Sorry, on a point of accuracy, 173,000 was donated by the people of George, and it was paid into the municipality's account for safekeeping. But the moment it became part of the municipality, it was subject to the Municipal Finance Management Act.
Okay.
And they then appointed FEMSA to distribute the monies, and they paid FEMSA 10%, which is 17,300, and then the rest, as Sarvin says, was distributed to the families in the form of 2,500 rand food vouchers.
Okay. Now, let's go back to Mr. FEMSA, who gave the money out of benevolence. What was the 10% for? Oh, FAMSA is a different... Yeah. Apologies.
Is FAMSA in the house?
So FAMSA is an organization that took 10%. It's the middleman. Okay.
Family Planning Association, it's a firm of social workers.
Okay, so in order for the municipality to distribute the money, it needed an external party. I need to understand that.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, that's because the rationale behind it is?
The rationale behind it is that they needed to audit these public funds. We did offer, as Sarvin says, we had the list. We had a complete list. We had their cell phone numbers. We've got a WhatsApp group. We offered that to social development. We said we could do it for free. Rotary could have done it for free. But because of the Municipal Finance Management Act, you know, it has to be properly audited and so on.
Okay, maybe from the municipality's end, if they can then explain in terms of FAMSA, is it an NPO? Did they request the 10%? Couldn't you find any other implementing body that could distribute this without usurping the 10%?
Maybe also explain what was the process taken for you to appoint FAMSA? How many NPO, if it's an NPO, showed interest? How did you select it? You see, it's gonna...
Thank you, Chair. I can recall that the previous municipal manager approached FAMSA to distribute the money. The municipality entered into an agreement in terms of Section 76 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, so that we appoint an organization that will be able to provide the municipality with audited statements, so that the municipality can do their own accounting at the end of the day.
Chair.
You approached that firm. You did not go through any processes of supply chain?
No.
You chose that firm. Why?
I cannot speak on behalf of the previous municipal manager, but I can recall she approached FAMSA to assist the municipality, Chair.
Kobe?
Thank you, Chair. I think there's an issue here. And let's see, we don't want it to seem as though there was an exploitation of processes because this was a disaster. Now, Chair is correct in terms of what was the selection criteria. Why choose FAMSA and maybe not go to any other MPO? And the 10% of them taking, you know, in terms of to process or whatever, that should also be accounted for. And I'm sure they can cook the books or whatever. But our issue is then, how was FAMSA selected to be the one who becomes then the implementing agent, where then money that could have went to a family that needed it. One person we are seeing does not have a leg here. That 17,300 could have contributed somewhat to medical expenses or the orphans. Why would it then go to administrative processes, even when, and to a company that was approached and selected? So that for me just leaves room for abuse of authority and funds.
Sorry, in all fairness, I think what happened there is FAMSA was there from day one, also helping with psychosocial therapy. And there was another organization, I can't remember, and I think, is the municipal manager here? Oh, he's left already. But Chair, we did interrogate that. We wanted to know how were they appointed, and apparently the municipalities are so bound by Municipal Finance Management Act and so on. So much as they wanted to make use of us, we had the contacts, we weren't an NPO.
Wait, sorry, Protection Service. There is a noise outside and in my mind it looks like there's fire, there's danger. We are not longer. Can you double check? It keeps on beeping, whatever that is beeping outside. You may proceed.
Thank you.
Can I add something? In this process that the FAMSA was distributing, as I mentioned before, it was done through vouchers of checkers.
Yeah.
And personally, I have already at that point, because it did take a very, very long time for them to distribute this money. At that point, I have already sent 2 of the workers that they have received a knock in their heads, and then they were not emotionally and even, you know, like mentally very well. So I helped them to go back to their countries in Malawi. Yeah. So when I approached them and I said, can I get these vouchers to send to them because I have their contacts, they didn't allow us to do that. So I believe that even though that money was divided entirely, so many people have not received it. Because I know of one, also José Mabunda, that is already in Mozambique. Even before anything happened, he was already there because he also mentally was not well. He never received anything. So I guess, I ask myself, what happened with those vouchers that nobody claimed because they couldn't go and get? So that money, where is it, Why is not, as you said, distributed to other people that are in need?
Okay, maybe if the municipality, because the municipality is the arm that deals with FAMSA, if they can maybe then come and account to us. A municipality, I'm going to need you back here. Thank you. So of the monies that was not distributed, how many of the other people did not get? How much is still sitting with FAMSA? And if it's still sitting with FAMSA, is there a way that it can come back to municipalities and be recouped? And I understand, ma'am, that you're saying in all fairness that FAMSA was there, but there must still be processes to be followed in order to appoint someone. We don't do it out of convenience, we do it because it is within legal processes of how we select people, because we don't want the system to be exploited and left to abusers. Sir, if you can tell us how many of the families did not get, and if the money is still sitting with FAMSA, how do we get it then back to the municipality?
Chair?
Sir,
I've just allowed...
We interrogated it ourselves. He doesn't know about it. But okay.
Wait, that's not how we run our meetings. Actually, I'll request you to sit down. You see, we've been lenient because we are here to get facts. But allow us to run this meeting. Municipality, can you respond according to Honorable Koba's question?
Hi, Chair, thank you for that. I don't have the information at hand. I can obtain it from our financial office, and then I can report back to the committee. I don't want to speculate about something that I don't have any knowledge about.
Thank you. Do you have any further question, Honorable Kobe? Okay. I'm not sure what's the hand for, because do you want to assist in responding? You have those answers. But remember, if you are going to make speculations, I'll stop you.
Honourable Chairperson, I'm from Rotary here in George, and as you heard earlier, we have been helping them to this day, a certain amount of them, with the money that we raised through other Rotary clubs and the public. I got a phone call, I went to go and see FAMSA about this 173,000, speaking from Rotary, and I said to them, they were handing out the vouchers. All right, that be finished. Then the next thing, a couple of months later, I got a phone call from FAMSA saying that they had additional money. Because in the very beginning, I was in the very first meeting at the municipality on this disaster, the very first meeting. And Rotary offered, as a charitable organization, to take the money that was raised and to distribute it in a proper way, and no charge being made for anything like that. In other words, the full amount would go to the victims and the families. And FAMSA phoned me and said, we have been given further money, I presume from the public. That came to an amount of 12,000 Rand, and then a bit later there was an amount of 6,000 Rand. They deposited it into the Rotary account, which I have got, and we were told to use it at our discrepancy with the victims and the families, which we did. We used it, we paid, and we helped Ivaldo here with the amputee, one of them being one of them. So that 18,000 was not from the 18,000 that was supposed to be for accounting or expenses. This was a further 18,000, which we have since distributed. Money also came in from another charity organization to the value of 26,000 Rand, which came into Rotary's account, and we have a small committee where people who need some help, and we have helped them with that money. So I just wanted to elaborate on where money was coming from and where money was going through Rotary. Okay, thank you.
But still, you know, I believe that that money was donated from the public to the people that was suffering. It shouldn't be used for expenses or something. It should go entirely to them. Anyway, I just wanted to also answer your second question that you said if we didn't approach the contractors, I must say Muriel has been very helpful on that. She tried to get some lawyers to represent the community, and we had few meetings with the lawyers that they wanted to defend their case against the contractors. That was the only thing that we did about that. But then the lawyers, at some point, they went back, and then they said, no, we're not going to do anything. But I'm also helping the police department, the detective that is in the case of the victims. So, because he needs me for the translation, so I have been speaking with him as well, and he said to me that they are doing the case. So, even if we want to go further with with the court case or something, you know, the investigation is still going on, is not finalized. And so that was the only thing that we did in that sense. But if I may say something, I had a very, very bad interaction with the Home Affairs. You know, as I said, Labor Department was asking for certain documents, and some of them had to be, certified. And for certification, they had to take it to the police. And police, when sometimes they would call the immigration, we had a case of one of them that was in jail, and I had to go and take him out, and I had a very, very big trouble to be able to appease the Home Affairs, to be able to send him back to Malawi. And that was the only deal that we did. And the Home Affairs, they know that actually 80% of all the workers that they are working in the industry of building, they are foreigners. They do know that. Everybody knows that. Even if you go now to the Mediclinic is being built there, the most of them are working there are foreigners. So why don't you come and get them in the street and throw them in jail and, you know, abuse them emotionally, as you know where they are working, but they don't go to the places. So if you talk to me about, have you tried to reach the contractors? I'm sorry, maybe I went over. Yeah.
Yeah, you.
May I go sit?
What you have just, yes, you can go and sit. Where's Muriel? Come back. I hope you are noting, honorable members, what she was saying. There's a lot of information in what she has been saying. She has said a lot, but we'll put it into content ourselves. Muriel.
Yes, Chair.
She says you tried to contact the contractors.
Yeah.
Are you in a position to give us the contractors list and the subcontractors list?
Yeah. So there's one main contractor, Liatel. We tried to contact them asking for Christmas food parcels last year. I didn't get a response. Boshova and father and son are the other two main subcontractors. They're also on our WhatsApp group. They basically, it seems like father and son I don't think they exist anymore. I think the collapse, broke down the company. Boshova is still working, yeah.
Is it the contractor that was liquidated?
No. So the owner, the developer was liquidated. That's Neotown. They are the owners of the property. Then you have the main contractor, subcontractors.
Seems like you have released ECIDB and CBE. You have released them. No, it's fine. Can you finish us with those lists of your?
Yeah, sure. Yes. Must I give it to you?
Yes.
Okay.
There's Khadija there. Can you provide her with that?
Okay.
Thank you. You may come through.
Afternoon, my name is Busi. I represent my brother Obvious Ngube, who passed away. Perhaps, okay, all right. Yeah, he passed away. He had a work permit and a valid passport. I sent all the documents to Labor Department, but I didn't get any answers from them. I sent emails to Ismila and Nolutando. They never respond to my emails because of time. I just arrived this morning. I have to go back now.
You're going back where?
To Joburg, Johannesburg. It's obvious, Ngube. Obvious, Ngube.
You have provided the Department of Labor with all documentation.
Everything, his passport, everything I did give them to.
Till to date, there is no response.
Yeah, I even have the emails. I sent emails to Mila and Nolutando, but they never responded back to me.
Mila is the official of Labor.
I don't know, I was given that email by someone who works there at Labor. I said, you can forward your documents to Mila or to Nolutando, then they will come back to you.
And you said your name is?
It's Busi Ngube.
And your brother is from where?
From Zim.
Okay. Busi, you may take your seat if you are done.
I'm
done. Good afternoon again. I'm not going to say much because most of the things that are here have been said. It's just the memo that's coming from the victims and families. And I want to just to correct one thing from the mayor of Ulenduzana Ujeki, when he says.
Wait, I'm saying Zweli
Peterson.
Peterson, and you are representing who?
The victims, all the victims, to just read this memo that they.
Oh, you are the one who has the memo.
Yes, and I want also to correct the mayor of George, Ujeki. Okay. When he says that George Municipality have helped the victims with 173,000 K, that money is the money that people were discussing about it. Because I know it from the very onset. Where does it come from? It's coming from George community and the other business people. This money was 173,000, and George Municipality kept the money for about 6 to 8 months before he distributed the money to the rightful beneficiaries. And then they gave FAMSA the amount of 17,000. They said it's FAMSA's charges, of which they didn't even contacted the victims to ask them, guys, here is this money. How do you distribute this money to the rightful beneficiaries? And they go and buy vouchers, of which we didn't even ask vouchers from them, and they just told us the vouchers will be distributed by FAMSA. That's what I've said on the very onset. These people have failed us dismally, and from the very onset, because George Masipala did that without consulting us, and they bought those vouchers without our consultation. That's something that I just want to clear out. Thank you.
Can you forward that memo to us?
The memo?
Yeah.
Yes, I've got the copies. I can just give you the copies.
Can you give it to us, please?
Okay. There's not need to read it.
Mangos. Where are the copies? Oh. Honorable Kobe, can you make your statement then followed by Honorable Letlape?
Chair, just earlier we had a member of the community, but who also works with the municipality. Her name is Kanyi. Is she still here? Hi, Kanyi, because I feel Kanyi gave us an impression that the municipality gave people money. So the municipality gave no one money. This is money from the community and the Rotary Club that the municipality distributed. So the municipality had no road. So there was, but Mayor, can I just ask, in all honesty, when Kanye was giving a rendition of events and you know that it's incorrect, why did you not stand up and correct, just as that lady did over there who stood up and said, just for clarity's sake, this is where the money was coming from and this is how it moved? I'm appealing to your conscience when I'm asking this, Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable
Please.
Kobe. Letlape, let me do it this way.
Okay, Chair.
Letlape, can you raise your issue?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to say that the mayor confirmed it here as well when I asked her what interventions they made towards the victims. And she said that they assisted with donations of money from the community and they gave them to victims. That's what she said. She was standing here when she said that. I don't know what she's coming on the podium to do. I don't know what she's going to say on that mic because she said it in front of all of us. And even yesterday during the briefing, they kept saying that the municipality assisted with donations, only to realize that the donations were from outside, from communities, from volunteers, and they then forced themselves inside so that it can be seen as if the municipality is the one that's trying to help. The reason why I asked the mayor not to sit down and to tell us what interventions they've made is because throughout the submissions of the community, there's nowhere where the community says the municipality came through. That, remember, Chair, the building that collapsed is literally 500 meters away from the municipality. They've done absolutely nothing to assist these people, except for the rescue team. In fact, if that lady from the rescue department was here, she was going to be the only person who would appreciate her work on behalf of the municipality. Thanks, Chair.
Can you come and present your memorandum? No, we did not say we are not going to read it out. We said, can you furnish us with copies? Yes.
Hi, thank you. The memo reads as follows. Presidency, we appeal to President Cyril Ramaphosa to fulfill his promise that of 16 May 2024 to provide interim financial and humanitarian support to the 62 victims and their families. Public Works and Infrastructure, despite visit by 5 cabinet ministers following the tragedy, only one, Dean McPherson, National Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, has reached out to the victims and families with much kindness and compassion. He addressed the he addressed the accommodation of 6 May 2025 and met the families in George on 19 July them privately with preliminary findings of the collapse. Labour. Today, the families face secondary trauma as they are left struggle on their own through a mountain of red tape trying to access workmen's compensation. Since the disaster, only 2 victims have been particularly assisted by Department of Labour. According to the leading labour specialist George Khan of Richard Spoy Inc., all workers who suffered injuries or died on duty qualify for works compensation, legally or not. We appeal to our parliament to instruct the labour agently fast-track compensation for each of the victims and not to drag their feet endlessly. We also request Parliament to pressurize the Department of Labour to complete the occupational health and safety investigation as of not further delay to pursue of justice. Human settlement. We appeal to Minister of Human Settlement to instruct the National Home Builders Registration Council, who publicly admitted to their dereliction of duty, to urgently provide interim compensation to each of the 62 victims. Social development. Despite pledging psychosocial support to traumatized victims and families, the Department of Social Development has not contacted all of them. We appeal to the Minister of Social Development to investigate the deep flaws in the system and meet with the leaders to discuss more effective means of supporting the families. Criminal investigation. The guilty parties will do everything in their might to escape prosecution. The victims and families strongly appeal to investigation authorities not to jeopardize the criminal case by permanently releasing their findings in the public domain, as this can or will allow the guilty parties off the hook. Lastly, number 7, George Municipal news that the owner plans to auction off the disaster site has been met with anger by the people of George. We appeal to George Municipal to use its leverage to pressure the developer to transform this property to eternal sorrow as a memorial park. I thank you.
Thank you. We are going to request the department and the municipality to come back and respond. Maybe let me start with the municipality. What has been raised by Honorable Kobe lately and Honorable Letlape. And bear in mind, Mayor, when the lady who works in the municipality was speaking, actually when she was raising her hand, I mentioned it, or she must not speak on behalf of the municipality. You were talking to her. On our eyes, it looked like you were briefing each other. And now, seated here listening to the victims' families, it looks like what she was saying is incorrect on behalf of the municipality. She's not a spokesperson. And on the other hand, if we are having a government engagement, there is no government employee who's not delegated to speak. Because the minute she speaks, because she's your employer, it will be on behalf of the municipality. It binds you in front of you, the political head. You allowed her to speak. It does not mean there was no any other family member from her side who could speak. But she even left before the proceedings could finish. I've made that, I've alerted her. You allowed her to proceed. Now, whatever that she has said, it looks like it's something that you have just informed her. You have sent her to say that. Can you look into that next time? In any other gathering that is convened by government, be it your provincial government, locally, make sure that your employees does not do what she did. Because it might be looking like it's you. Because even myself, I feel like she was here to defend. That's why I've said it in advance. Can you respond to the fact that she said, proudly so, she said you have assisted a lot, even with finances. Which finances?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, I can obviously not talk for somebody else and somebody else's perspective. So if she said there's finances, I cannot, you are asking me to guess what she was thinking. I cannot guess what she was thinking. I can maybe say, maybe she referred to the 9.2 million that the municipality occurred in cost with assisting with this whole collapse. Maybe that was what she occurred to. I cannot say. That question needs to go directly to her. Thank you, Chairperson.
It's not correct. Through you, Chair. You can't say that. And you must not degenerate this meeting. It's going to be the second time, if not the third time, you are attempting to do it. You can't say that. When that lady stood there, you were sitting right there, listening to her. And you have never disagreed with anything that she said, here in front of you. And you can't say to us that you can't expect me to speak on behalf of someone else. You cannot. She made a commitment here, proudly so, on behalf of the municipality, and you never said that she's not telling the truth. So tell us, what is it that the municipality has done? Because you never disagreed with her when she said that the municipality assisted with finances as well. You never disagreed. And when I asked you about the interventions that you made to the communities, you said you gave them money that you got from donations from communities. That's what you said. You said that. So don't play games with us, Mayor. Don't do it. Don't play games with us. Respond to what the chair has said. Because we're asking you a question from an informed position. Don't try to patronize us at the end of the meeting.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, as I just mentioned to you, when our official warrant was standing up here, he literally read a list of 9.2 million that the municipality occurred in cost with assisting with the building collapse.
The one that you are talking about, it's a different person. We are talking about the lady that I even conscientize. Or it can be correct for her to speak. I even said it at the beginning. Remember, this proceeding has been recorded. We're talking about the lady. When I questioned, are you speaking on behalf of the family or the municipality? She said on behalf of the family. I said, I want to conscientize you. Don't speak on behalf of the municipality. But while she was speaking, she proceeded and started to speak on behalf of the municipality, praising the municipality's good work. Even when you stood up in response to other questions, you did not even try, you and your official, to rectify what she was saying. She said there were monies that were given out to family members' bereavement by the municipality and food parcels. You did not say it's not correct. So is it the intention you came to mislead the fact-finding machine that we are dealing with it now? And if you are not part of it, because now we are telling you she has given us wrong information in front of South Africans watching, what will be your next step, because she's your employee? You never corrected her. You were sitting there because you thought she's defending. How do you defend with lies? We said it's a fact-finding process. raise what is correct and what is not correct. Yesterday, we even went further to say where there are gaps, makes proposal. We are aware we are the legislators. We deal with law. Where there's a gap, you feel it stops you to give the best service to your communities, to your constituency. Can you propose? Did it try to even come to council? You make some council recommendation, resolution, you propose, and it comes to the relevant department. It comes through the relevant processes to Parliament so that we close the gap. Mayor, your employee in front of you, and you were talking to her before she stand up. She got courage and power because you did not even try to stop her. In my eyes, because I was not closer to you, I did not even hear what you were saying to her. It tells me what she was saying, she got an approval from yourself.
Can I reply, Chairperson?
Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, as you can recall, when I stood up, and I mean everything is recorded, I stood up and I said, Kanya Siles here from the municipality. And I even said to her, come on this side because she works for our social development department. She came to sit, you asked who wants to ask questions. I saw her hand goes up and I asked her, are you asking questions from the municipality? And she said, no, she's here as part of the family. And I said, okay. And then from the front you said, please do not intimidate the people who wants to ask questions. And I said, I will explain, because that is the conversation I had with her, to ask her in which perspective she is here today. And then she explained to me she was here as a family member and not part of the municipality's official component. So that was the conversation that we had, Honourable Chairperson.
Did you give her a time off to come to this hearing? Or is it part of her work to be part of this session? Was she delegated to be part of this? Were you not surprised, concerned that your employees are out of work without a permission?
Thank you for that question, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, I contacted the municipal manager to ask him where is the officials. He indicated that he did contact social services, our own social department, and somebody from finance and legal to come assist here today. I said fine. So when I saw her, I presumed that was the reason she was here. I do not know. I'm not a loan manager. I'm not part of the administration. She will not put leave in with me. I cannot answer that question.
Do you have any further statement that you want to make?
No, thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Are you confirming that what they are saying, the money that it was claimed to be set is from the municipality, is not the money of the municipality?
Chairperson, I can confirm that, as I said, the money was raised through donations. Donations is obviously money you get from the outside. 173, I put that on record, and 173,000 was paid over to FAMSA. If I'm not incorrect, it was on the 28th of June 2024, and that full amount was paid over to FAMSA. That's all I can confirm.
Besides cost incurred when you were cleaning the area, you did not take out any amount from the municipality to assist the victims. Besides the cost that you inherited or you incurred during the rescuing part?
I do know, but I do not know if that is cost incurred part of the 9.2 million. But I do know, because I was also the day there, that they brought food to the hall, and I know our department, our municipality, was part of bringing foods to the people that were stationed there. But I'm not sure that details. I'll need to clarify and give you the proper answer, Chairperson.
Thank you. Can we call upon social development to come back? No, in particular labor. I think social development is fine.
Chairperson, I assume it's because of the memorandum that you want us to respond on? No.
You start with the lady who's representing Ms. Ngube.
Okay.
Ms. Ngube says there are all documentation that you required, but till today she's not assisted, and she's from Johannesburg as we speak.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Ngube. Yes, from our side, liability has been accepted, but now we were noting that the family is living outside of South Africa and we were not in contact with them. But now she mentioned that she has been in contact with one of our colleagues, our staff members, which I will do a follow-up and see what is outstanding, because liability has been accepted for us to proceed and pay the family the burial expenses and see if there are any dependents for XYZ, the other fatal benefits from the compensation fund. Mr.
So you are saying if it has been accepted, meaning it's only due for payment?
Yes, we check, okay, we are gonna pay burial expenses, and then we look, okay, are they dependents? Was he married? If there are kids, then there's a benefit that we have to pay towards the dependency.
How long will the process take?
Because now they are from outside of South Africa, we have to look at the documents we're gonna look at. If there are kids, is the birth certificate, is the mother and the father appearing? So there are internal processes which we have to follow. So I cannot say, but it cannot be.
But she's here.
No, I will assist her. I will definitely assist her while she's here.
You are saying you attempted to contact the family, but you could not reach them.
Yes. The
And what
family
about the cost that she incurred coming here?
The cost for transportation. We don't cover for transportation, unfortunately, Jack.
Is it possible for you to talk to her while she's where she is?
Yes, I can provide her with my telephone number.
When can you give yourself a deadline for us to contact you and make a follow-up?
Can you give me 2 weeks, please?
2 weeks.
Yes. Then I will give and see the documents. Yeah, 2 weeks, I think.
You know what you are saying?
Yes, sure.
You have responded to the memorandum, the first question to the president, and what they've been saying. The president said, will assist everybody, irrespective of where they are coming from, be it Zimbabweans, Malawians, and she said, she's a Zimbabwean, the brother is a Zimbabwean, meaning when you have the right documentation, you'll be assisted.
Yes.
So you know, that's what we've been wanting you to say on behalf of government. And can you get it with this fact that have been raised? It looks like the president has promised something that is not doable. But you were supposed to say it up front. To say, yes, the president has said everyone will be assisted when there is documentation. And we are assisting. That's where we are getting a confirmation from you. But then the other question that comes, if there are no proper documentation, how far do you go as officials with your good heart to assist these families of the victims to get proper documentation? How far do you go? But where there is no, you don't have a boundary, you need to state it. That's why when I started to say, when you come here, you must even quote the act, the legislation that guides you. Because if you are not talking to it, it looks like it's your making. You're arrogant, you don't want to assist, and it paints bad. But seated here, with what you are saying, this memorandum number 1 about the presidency, these people are appealing to President Ramaphosa to fulfill his public promise on the 16th of May 2024. To get what does it mean to the president of the country? It means the president did not fulfill, it makes an empty promises, while we have an answer to respond that the president does not have did not do an empty promise, but the president said everyone will be assisted. As long as, even though he did not go further, I was not part of that. I did not hear the clip, but now as I continue, as long as you have the necessary document. Because we are a state, we've got laws. And they go further to request the president to provide the interim financial and humanitarian support to these families, the 62 families. That will come after the humanitarian support to the social development that we think they've failed. But on your side, up to so far, you are proving to us that if the right documentation are there, things will be processed. And you are promising me and the team, we must give you 2 weeks. And you'll report. Can we allow you to report to us, not us to call you? Because the minute we start to call you, we'll fight.
Yes, Chair, I promise.
Please, when you respond, don't respond shallowly. Respond properly with full details. And I think that's what was missing even on social development. It's not like they don't have responses. They have responses. They can tell us what they did. Unfortunately, we were unable to direct them, even though we were trying to show them this is how you must respond. Because we know these laws. They were unable to catch us. Which result, the last party that we are living with us here, is that the arrogancy that is within the Department of Social Development, it's worse than the word called itself arrogant. You may proceed.
Mr. Phineas Ndlovu, I just want to mention, Chair, you asked a question like, if the compensation fund, how far can we go in a case whereby we don't have correct documentation? From our side, it's what happened with Mr. whereby his work permit had expired and the passport also. So on our side, because now we need a valid passport for you, his passport, I think it expired in 2020, I must be corrected, please. And the work permit also, it had expired. So we have a cluster with the compensation fund where our doctors, our legal departments, and then some of our nurses, they sit and then we look at the cases. Because in Mr. Ndlovu's case, we were able to accept liability. As much as he was illegal in the country, we're not gonna say, no, you were illegal, but we look at how severe. In his case, it was a fatal case. So I have been in contact with the wife from Zimbabwe. So I have spoken to her and advised her what documentation do we need in order for us to proceed, and then we can pay, because they are dependents. Then we can see how can we assist with the dependents.
Yes, in that case, you are saying the deceased is normal. His or her document had expired. So what more do you need? Can you state it clearly so that even others can understand? Because there is no way you'll say, go and renew. The person is normal.
Yes.
What are those documents?
The documents that we had with Mr. Ndlovu's case, we did have the passport and the work permit. It's not the same as the Lesotho case. So even though we did have a passport for us to proceed, but it has expired. That's why what we did, we took it to the cluster to say, these documents have expired. What can we do as the compensation fund? And we're able to do what? To accept liability and say, for the fatal benefits, we will look after the dependent spouse also. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Am I running short of any other responses? Social development, can you give us your parting ways? Your parting words? Can you come and make a statement? After all this disappointment, you had even, the mother of the deceased, the way she spoke. Can you give us your parting words?
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members. As DSD, we are standing here humbling ourselves. We may not have done everything which was required as per the needs of the families. We make a commitment this afternoon to make the necessary follow-up to those families that stating that they were never contacted by the department. We will also appreciate if some of the leaders from the family side representing the family to furnish us with some of the information so that we as a department can do what the committee says is right for the families. That is our commitment that we are doing today. We are extremely sorry for not following your direction as you were trying to guide us. But we have stated our case of what we have done with the families. But as we say, it appears that we have not done everything that the family was expecting from the department. So we make a commitment this afternoon that we will follow up with those families that still require our services as a department, and also appealing to the members representing the families to also furnish us with the information. I think that is our parting shot as a department. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Is it possible for you and your colleagues, before you leave, to interact with the community? The families, is it possible today for you to interact and make a follow-up and take their correct contact?
Yes, it is
And
indeed possible.
after, give yourself a time frame that you'll also report to us your follow-ups. And while you are giving us a time frame, what I want to check with you, you do only assist the parents, or when you deal with issues of psychological trauma, you consider the whole tree of the family?
Exactly.
How does it work? Make it clear so that they can understand.
Yes, Chairperson, when we do our interventions insofar as psychosocial support is concerned, we consider everyone in the household who may have been affected by the disaster that happened last year. We consider each and every member of the family.
Thank you. You may take your seat.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Are we ready? In the absence of no further item in the agenda, we have come to the conclusion of our public hearing, and we promise as a committee the next step for us is to go and consider the report of this public hearing next week, Wednesday. It has been scheduled already. Our support staff, they are more advanced. They've scheduled us to go and consider the report next week, Wednesday. Immediately, it will be ETC'd, meaning it will be sent to the Speaker's office, and we'll wait for the programming committee to program it and be debated in Parliament in plenary. And once it has been debated, it will go back to the Speaker within 30 days. Speaker will distribute the questions, resolutions that needs to be attended by the members of cabinet and their department, and they will get hold of you. We wish through the representatives as families, where if we get the exact date when it's going to be debated in Parliament, we'll inform you to watch. What you have said, we have gathered, all of us here as members of Parliament, according to our different parties, they will debate. They will never take your issue for granted. We promise that we will do our work. The rest will remain with those that have powers again to do other things. But on our side, we'll do due diligence. We want you, the main reason why we come is not to remind you of the tragedy, but we want you to get a closure. We know you'll never forget, but you must get closure. You must be assisted. It does not sit well with us, especially when we see others are no longer in a position to walk with their own 2 feet. We can see the gentleman. We are sincerely sorry for that. And we wish you all the best in your life. Don't give up. You are still alive. Just thank God you are still alive. Where we are supposed to do, we'll do our best. And we're still calling upon yourselves, those who are representing the victims. You also have the right to go after the subcontractors, the contractors. As I was asking Babu Mtombeni, why did you release the entities, is that, those entities register the contract, the companies. We need to find out what was their role. The fact that we were told there was a safety officer who alerted, we are not sure the safety officer alerted who, but in a report is there that the safety officer has made an alert to say there's danger, but people chose to ignore. And it means even a subcontractor. In this case, our concern as a committee, even when we debated amongst ourselves in a portfolio, there is no single qualified person who got trapped. None of them, they were on the site. It's only general workers who were on the site. It means they knew about the danger. They chose to save themselves. There was no engineer, there was no inspector, even the contractors themselves. I've never heard that there's a big boss of a contractor who was there, or a subcontractor, but it was general workers. It's unfair. That's why we're saying ours is to bring closure to yourself. So allow us to rise an agenda for today and we do our work. I thank you.